festive season. It promises to be fun and entertaining. Just hang on as we take you through the ride in 2026. Be there.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring wherever you are. Good tidings, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas from all of us at Aneke TV.
Gentlemen, you're welcome to Christmas from Aneke TV. Have a wonderful time, have a wonderful festive season. It promises to be fun and entertaining. Just hang on as we take you through the ride in 2026. Be there.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring wherever you are. Good tidings, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas from all of us at Aneke TV.
Gentlemen, you're welcome to Christmas from Aneke TV. Have a wonderful time, have a wonderful festive season. It promises to be fun and entertaining. Just hang on as we take you through the ride in 2026. Be there. As Christians across Nigeria prepare to celebrate the joy and spirit of Christmas, religious leaders in Enugu have sent heartfelt messages to guide the faithful during this festive season. From Orthodox to Pentecostal churches, their calls carry a common theme: love, peace, and unity. At a time when families and communities come together, these leaders urge Nigerians to embrace compassion, forgiveness, and togetherness, reflecting the deep meaning of the holiday. Aneke TV News has compiled these messages, highlighting the voices of faith leaders as they encourage communities to celebrate thoughtfully and joyfully, keeping the spirit of Christmas alive in every home: Catholic, Anglican, Methodist, and Pentecostals.
The meaning of Christmas really is God is with us. Emmanuel is with us. At every point of celebration in these days, we must remember that God is with us. With us in every situation, in our businesses, in our homes, and in whatever we do in politics. God has stepped into your pain. Remember this. And your shame and your embarrassment. That situation must be ready to recognize that a son is given to help you to come out of the situation. Christmas, generally, the mission is to serve and restore. To serve humanity and restore humanity. Unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be on his shoulders, and he shall be called Wonderful, Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, mighty God. Did you hear that scripture? Unto us a child is born, and unto us a son is given. The government of your home, government of your nation, government of your business, government of your church shall be on his shoulders. And therefore, I wish every family a very, very Merry Christmas.
I want to wish a happy Christmas to all the believers all over the world, all the Christians in Enugu, Nigeria, and beyond. Christmas is a season of celebration. It is a time when believers all over the world gather together to commemorate the birth of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And I pray that this season of celebration will bring unending joy to every family that dare to celebrate this season. And one funny thing about Christmas is that even those who don't go to church cannot deny the wind of the season. So, whichever way, I wish everyone happy, blissful Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
If he was not born at this time, our faith in Christ, our faith in God would have been in vain. It was because his arrival on this earth that made everything possible for us. And hereby, I want to encourage the people of Enugu State and the entire world to embrace Christ. He brought into us a new glory. He brought a new vision. He brought in mercy. And that is what the Bible said, that whosoever believed in him, whosoever that accepted him, make a U-turn and believe in him, is a such person will not be perished. That person will not suffer the punishment of the old. That person will not partake in the evil of the family. That person will not partake in the destruction that is coming ahead. But once you believe in him, you are safe. That is why we celebrate him today. Honestly, it might not be that Jesus was born exactly on 25th of December. But when the earlier father discovered everything going on, they said, no, this kind of person needs to be celebrated. And that was when they brought him to be celebrated every 25th of December. I want to encourage you, celebrate Christ with fear. Celebrate this season with all form of remorse, knowing that a man was born that brought salvation to you. This is not a season to live a lousy life. This is not a season you say, it is a must that I must accomplish this and that and that. Anyone that you were unable to do, relax. Next year, you continue. Jesus is alive and will forever be alive.
I would like to remind Christians, all of us, that the most important thing is remember the birth, yes, but the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ and what it means to us. And have this in mind. It means that we have salvation. It means that we have redemption through his death and through his resurrection. That is our Christmas message to Christians.
Jesus Christ came to change the narrative. He came in to bring hope to the hopeless, to bring life to the lifeless, to bring joy to the joyless, and to bring peace to the non-peaceful situations. He is the Prince of Peace. And since he came in, the narrative of the whole world has changed. So with Christ and the Mass about him that we are celebrating is a Mass of hope, a Mass of reassurance. Number one, that God has not forgotten man.
News around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. As the world marks Boxing Day, a season that reflects generosity, compassion, and the enduring spirit of giving beyond Christmas Day. Today's bulletin comes at a time when families, institutions, and nations are reminded of the true essence of Boxing Day, reaching out to the less privileged, strengthening bonds of community, and renewing hope for a better tomorrow. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. The United States says it has carried out powerful airstrikes against Islamic State targets in Nigeria. The Independent National Electoral Commission disqualified 6 groups in the final phase of political party registration. The Nigerian army confirms a suicide bomber was responsible for the deadly mosque explosion. And on the foreign scene, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says talks with United States envoys have produced new ideas on the path to peace. And on business, Nigeria records a $276 million decline in diaspora remittances. And in entertainment, Singapore Lokoyo's children capture public attention in a viral sibling video. Now to the news in details. The United States has confirmed carrying out airstrikes against Islamic State terrorists in northwestern Nigeria. U.S. President Donald Trump said the strikes were powerful and deadly, targeting Islamic State elements accused of killing civilians. The U.S. African Command said the operation was conducted in coordination with Nigerian authorities in Sokoto State. It described our strikes as precise and aimed at degrading terrorist capabilities. Meanwhile, the federal government has confirmed ongoing security and intelligence cooperation between Nigeria and the United States. The collaboration, it says, led to precision airstrikes on terrorist targets in Nigeria's northwest. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the cooperation includes intelligence sharing and strategic coordination. It added that the engagement aligns with international law and respects Nigerian sovereignty. The government reaffirmed its commitment to working with global partners to tackle terrorism. It assured Nigerians that national security remains a top priority. In the meantime, the Armed Forces of Nigeria says recent airstrikes in the northwest highlight the federal government's firm commitment to tackling terrorism in collaboration with the United States. Director of Defense Information Major General Samala Uba stated that the operation followed credible intelligence and was aimed at weakening the operational capabilities of terrorists while minimizing collateral damage. He noted that the strikes were conducted with the approval of relevant authorities as part of ongoing efforts to eliminate terrorists and other criminal elements threatening national security. General Uba added that the operation demonstrates the federal government's determination alongside strategic international partners to confront transnational terrorism and prevent foreign fighters from establishing a foothold in Nigeria. Also, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wadi Shaibu, has restated the Nigerian Army's commitment to defeating terrorism. He said the Army will continue kinetic and non-kinetic operations to improve national security. He spoke at the inauguration of a 36 classroom block upgraded under the Army Civil Military Cooperation project in Zamfara State. The project is aimed at strengthening community relations and development. Similarly, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, reaffirmed the Air Force's resolve to sustain operations. He gave the assurance during the 2025 Christmas launching at NAF Base Maiduguri. Still on security, the Catholic Diocese of Kotongora has confirmed the rescue of all children and staff abducted from St. Mary's Catholic schools in Niger State. The victims have been reunited with their families. The diocese said a total of 230 persons were rescued, including staffs and pupils. The rescue followed coordinated efforts by the federal and Niger state governments and security agencies, and earlier headcounts had indicated more persons missing after the November 21 abduction. Authorities say no child is currently unaccounted for. The Nigerian army has confirmed that the explosion at Al-Adum Jamaat Mosque in Maiduguri was a suicide attack. The bomber detonated an improvised explosive device during prayers. 5 persons lost their lives, while 35 others are receiving treatment. Explosive fragments recovered at the scene confirmed the nature of the attack. Security forces have cordoned off the area to prevent further threats. Governor Babagana Zulum has condemned the attack and ordered heightened security. Security agencies have intercepted 6 suspected victims of human trafficking in Jigawa State. The group was stopped while attempting to cross into Niger Republic. The Nigeria Immigration Service said the suspects were being trafficked toward Libya and Europe. They have been handed over to NAPTIP for investigation and rehabilitation. Authorities warn traffickers often exploit the festive season. They urge the public to verify travel offers and report suspicious movements. Kano State Police have arrested 5 suspected kidnappers and cattle rustlers in coordinated raids. The operations took place in Kiru and Siangyawa local government areas. Police said the arrest followed credible intelligence and targeted operations. Some suspects confessed to involvement in kidnapping activities. The police command says investigations are ongoing. It has ordered residents to continue supporting security agencies with information. A teenager has been killed during a violent robbery in the Miata Anam area of Anambra State. The victim was reportedly attacked by assailants who demanded money. Local sources say suspects have been apprehended by community members. They were later handed over for questioning. The Anambra State Police Command is yet to issue an official statement. The incident has heightened concerns over rising youth violence in the area. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has reportedly shortlisted only 2 associations for party registration. The groups are the African Alliance Party and the Democratic Leadership Alliance. The decision follows a screening process involving over 100 associations. Several groups were disqualified at the final stage. Some rejected associations have been accused INEC of unfair treatment. INEC is yet to issue an official state response. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has urged Nigerians to embrace peace, love and sacrifice at Christmas. He described the values as central to the season. In his Christmas message, the governor called for renewed hope and unity. He said the season should inspire optimism for the future. Governor Mbah encouraged citizens to remain committed to the nation building. He wished residents a peaceful and hitch-free Christmas. The Rivers State First Lady Valerie Fubara marked Christmas with visits to hospitals and orphanages in Port Harcourt. She welcomed the state's first Christmas babies at the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital. She presented gifts and cards to the families. The babies were described as symbols of hope for the state. She also visited the Port Harcourt Children's Home. The visit highlighted the state government's commitment to social welfare. You're watching news across the globe. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms like Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The United States says it has carried out powerful airstrike against Islamic State targets in Nigeria. INEC disqualifies 6 groups in the final phase of political party registration. The Nigerian Army confirms a suicide bomber was behind a deadly mosque blast. And coming up shortly, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaks of new ideas on peace after talks with United States envoys. And on business, Nigeria records a $276 drop in diaspora remittances. And in entertainment, Singapore Lokoyo's children warm hearts in a viral sibling video. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Still on the news, a Christmas Day rescue mission on Mount Kilimanjaro has ended in tragedy as a helicopter crashed near Barafu camp, killing all 5 people on board.
The Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority says the aircraft went down at about 4,700 meters above sea level while on a medical evacuation mission. Those killed include a Zimbabwean pilot, a Tanzanian doctor and guide, and 2 tourists from the Czech Republic. Local reports say the helicopter lost altitude between high-altitude camps in an area known for difficult weather and flight conditions. Authorities have launched a full investigation into the cause of the crash. Tanzania National Parks has expressed condolences to the families as the incident renews concerns over the safety of high-altitude rescue operations. Heavy rainstorms across large parts of California have triggered floods and mudslides, leaving at least 3 people dead as of Christmas night, according to local authorities. The storms, expected to persist through Friday, dumped up to 11 inches of rainfall in parts of Los Angeles County, forcing evacuations and the closure of major roads. Emergency responders carried out several rescue operations, including assisting motorists trapped in vehicles as floodwaters rose. California Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency in Los Angeles and other Southern California counties. Meanwhile, about 100,000 residents were without electricity across the state as of Thursday evening. A United States federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's move to detain and deport Imran Ahmed, a British citizen and CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Ahmed, a legal permanent resident in New York, challenged visa sanctions imposed on him and other European officials. Judge Vermon Broderick issued a temporary restraining order preventing any arrest or deportation pending a formal hearing. The administration argues Ahmed poses foreign policy risk, while his lawyers insist the action violates his constitutional rights. The ruling pauses enforcement until at least December 29. The case has sparked diplomatic reactions in Europe and raised a fresh debate over executive powers and free speech protections. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says diplomatic efforts to end the war with Russia have gained momentum after talks with U.S. President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and advisor Jared Kushner. Zelensky described the discussions as productive and focused on timelines and meeting formats. Ukraine has now presented a revised 20-point peace framework, while Russia confirms it is reviewing documents delivered by its own envoy. Territorial control remains the main sticking point in negotiations. Further talks are expected to continue with Ukraine's chief negotiator Rustem Umerov leading discussion. The White House has yet to issue an official statement. Now moving over to business news. Nigeria's foreign exchange inflows have declined as international money transfer receipts fell by nearly 12% in the first half of 2025. Central bank data shows inflows dropped to $2.07 billion from over $2.3 billion last year. 5 out of 6 months recorded year-on-year declines, with sharp drops in January and May. April recorded a temporary surge, offering limited relief to the overall shortfall. The decline persists despite reforms by the central bank aimed at boosting remittances. Analysts say the CBN faces renewed pressure to stabilize the naira amid volatile foreign inflows. Still on business, directors' fees and expenses at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited have risen by 58% to nearly 44.1 billion naira in 2024. The company's audited report also shows employee benefits climbing to 749.7 billion naira. Administrative expenses soared to 3.58 trillion naira, driven largely by consultancy and professional fees. The report notes there was resignation among core staff linked to improved welfare packages. The rising costs have sparked public criticism amid economic hardship and fuel subsidy removal. Pressures mounting on NNPCL to justify the growing expenditure under its commercial mandate. Petron has called on the federal government to privatize Nigeria's 4 state-owned refineries by the first quarter of 2026. The association says years of public funding have failed to deliver functional refineries, while marketers and manufacturers support privatization. NNPC Limited new GCEO Bayo Ojulari says the refineries are under technical and commercial review for possible revival. The debate continues as Nigeria targets higher crude output in its 2026 budget. Analysts say the decision will be critical to fuel supply and foreign exchange stability. Now moving over to sports. Former Super Eagles captain Sondo Olise has expressed confidence in Nigeria's chances at the 2025 AFCON following a 2-1 win over Tanzania. He praised key players while noting the importance of momentum from an opening victory. Olise also defended his role as a TV analyst after criticism from fans, insisting his comments are meant to drive improvement. He reaffirmed support for the team and coaching crew. Nigeria now faces Tunisia in a crucial group clash that could determine qualification. Olise says consistency will be key as the tournament intensifies. Tickets for Saturday's AFCON's clash between Nigeria and Tunisia have sold out. CAF confirms that all categories for the 40,000 capacity First Stadium are fully booked. Both teams sit on 3 points, making the encounter decisive for group leadership. Tunisia is expected to enjoy strong support from Moroccan fans. Officials say security arrangements are in place as the match is tipped to be one of the tournament's biggest fixtures so far. Now moving over to the world of entertainment, music star Paul Okoye has gone viral after sharing a video of his blended family celebrating Christmas together in Nigeria. The clip shows his children from a previous marriage bonding with their new babysitter, sister. The gathering marks a peaceful moment following a 2022 divorce from Anita Okoye. Paul described the celebration as one of the happiest periods of his life. Fans have praised the family for prioritizing unity and the well-being of the children during the festive season. Still on entertainment, Nollywood actress Peggy Ovire has sparked online debate after sharing solo Christmas photo without her husband, Frederick Leonard. Fans quickly questioned his absence from the festive post. Speculation follows previous public silence around key personal events, including birthdays. Peggy has previously dismissed rumors about her marriage. The actress has urged fans to respect her privacy as supporters and critics continue to debate the meaning of the solo appearance. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our main stories. President Donald Trump has approved targeted airstrikes against Islamic State positions in northwest Nigeria, saying the action is aimed at protecting communities amid renewed insurgent attacks. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has cleared only 2 political associations, the African Alliance Party and the Democratic Leadership Alliance, to proceed to the final stage of party registration, as 6 others were disqualified. And the Nigerian Army has confirmed that the deadly explosion at a mosque in Maiduguri, which left 5 people dead and many others injured, was the work of a lone suicide attacker during evening prayers. And that's wrap up the news. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
The Enugu South local government area came alive with songs of joy and gratitude as the chairman, Right Honorable Dr. Caleb Ane, distributed 2,000 bags of rice to residents of the council area in a gesture aimed at easing the burden of the festive season on the people. The distribution exercise, which attracted community leaders, party officials and residents from across the local government, was marked by an atmosphere of celebration as beneficiaries received the staple food item amid cheers and applause. Speaking at the event, Right Honorable Caleb Aneke said the initiative was in line with the vision of Governor Peter Mbah to improve the welfare of the people, especially the less privileged, at a time of economic challenges. He noted that the exercise reflects the constitutional responsibility of local governments to prioritize the well-being of the people of the grassroots. Honorable Aneke assured residents that his administration remains steadfast in its commitment to delivering people-oriented projects and programs that will have direct impact on their daily lives.
In the spirit of the season, which is Xmas, it is worthy of sharing with the less privileged in a time like this. Those are the people that have been supporting the government. These are the people that the Constitution of this very Federal Republic of Nigeria entrusts on us as the local government to ensure that their welfare are being met. That is what we have replicated in this very season by using this opportunity to express our heartfelt and the deep feelings of joy over their support to His Excellency the Governor, over their support to the Executive Chairman of Enugu South Local Government, Honorable Aneke. So indeed, what you are seeing here today is born out of our good heart to relate with our people at all times.
Also speaking, the APC chairman in Enugu South Council, Right Honorable Freedom Nnam, commended the council chairman for what he described as a thoughtful and compassionate intervention. He said the rice distribution was a fulfillment of the party's promise to uplift community welfare and improve the living conditions of residents. Right Honorable Nnam called on the people to continue to support the administration, pointing to ongoing development projects across the council area as evidence of purposeful leadership.
I am very, very happy with the Executive Chairman of Enugu South for calling on his people, the people that voted him in the office, to celebrate with him in this Christmas period. I am very happy with him upon all the projects he has at hand. He's doing his best. If you come to the local government, he's doing massive work of projects, and upon that he deemed it fit that celebrating with his people will encourage his people in the support they are giving his government. So we so much appreciate him.
Some beneficiaries of the exercise, including Ibrahim Idris Yaru and Honorable Ifoma Grace, expressed deep appreciation to the state government and the Enugu South Local Government Council, describing the intervention as timely and impactful, particularly in view of prevailing economic realities. They noted that the gesture would go a long way in supporting families during the festive period and strengthening the bond between the government and the people.
I feel great and I feel happy because this is what's called democracy. Because they practice democracy here and we see it here. We Hausa, we live in peace, in harmony. So we live as a one. So I thank Enugu State government. I always thank Enugu State local government chairman. He always do good for us.
I feel much excited. This has never been what has happened before. Like the Enugu South local government chairman and Enugu State at large, they have tried for their citizens. I feel so much great and so much excited. At least I am a family We have enough rice to eat.
I'm very, very happy. I don't know how to express my happiness today. I'm very much happy today. I'm praying for the chairman very well, oh, that God will see him through towards his effort. Oh, God will bless him and give him what he wants in life. We thank you for remembering us as Hausa community. Anywhere we go, he is there with us. He helps us, he assists us, and we bless his name. We pray that God Almighty will bless him and his family in Jesus' name.
The rice distribution cuts across indigents and non-indigents residing within Enugu South local government area, underscoring the administration's inclusive approach to governance and its resolve to ensure that no resident is left behind. As the Christmas and New Year holidays approach, the Enugu State Police Command is urging residents and travelers to stay alert and prioritize their personal safety throughout the festive season. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command called for greater vigilance, warning that poor planning during the celebrations often leads to avoidable security and safety risks. The police are advising members of the public to plan their movements carefully, remain aware of their surroundings, and report any suspicious behavior to the nearest security agency. Travelers are also being asked to check the security situation of their routes before embarking on any journey. On travel safety, the command is reminding motorists to ensure their vehicles are in good working condition, checking tires, brakes, lights, and other key components. Passengers using public transport are urged to patronize only reputable operators at recognized motor parks to avoid falling victim to one chance and similar crimes. Residents are further advised to avoid posting their travel plans or locations on social media and instead share such details only with trusted family members. The police public relations officer also highlighted key road safety guidelines. Motorists are encouraged to keep to speed limits, avoid night travel, stay away from drink driving, and reduce all forms of distraction behind the wheel. They are also urged to cooperate calmly with security personnel at checkpoints and take regular rest breaks to prevent fatigue. For those leaving town, the police are calling on residents to secure their homes before traveling. This includes activating CCTV systems where available, avoiding predictable hiding places for spare keys, and switching off all electrical appliances. The command is also warning against storing petrol or other flammable materials indoors. Parents and guardians are being reminded to keep a close eye on their children, particularly in crowded public places, and to spend wisely to avoid financial strain in the new year. The police have also released emergency contact numbers for those traveling through Enugu State. These include the command's emergency lines on 080-320-03702 and 080-866-71202. The command and control center numbers 112 or 091-346-66668 and 091-3444-3202. 8093 and PPRO's direct line 080-217-090-05. Numbers for reporting police misconduct have also been provided. And finally, the Enugu Police Command is urging residents to exercise caution, stay vigilant, and enjoy a peaceful and secure festive season. The command also wishes the public safe travels and a prosperous 2026. Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide has donated 19 million naira to 19 former Enugu Rangers players who won the 1977 African Cup of Champions. The announcement was made by Senator John Azota Mbata during the Imobi meeting at the International Conference Center in Enugu, where he also highlighted achievements from his one-year tenure as President General. Senator Azota Mbata said the contribution compensates for the unredeemed 25,000 naira pledged by the federal government to each player nearly 5 decades ago. The President General also revealed plans to establish 7 professorial chairs across Ohaneze states for Igbo language, history and culture, backed by 35 million naira in takeoff grants. Work on the new Ohaneze headquarters in Enugu, which will house a museum of Igbo music, art and culture, is nearing completion. He further announced 50 million naira takeoff grants for Alibo Investment Company and Ndibo Development Foundation by year-end 2025. Speaking at the event, Professor Pat Otome urged Igbos to define their place in Nigeria and called for a level playing field, while former Minister of Power Professor Chinedu Nebo stressed the importance of Igbo unity. Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary of Ohaneze Ndibo, briefed the press after the engagement.
In oceanic proportion, the governor of Enugu State for this incandescent sense of hospitality. The governor of Enugu State has always been there for Ohaneze Ndibo, Abiliso, from the first day of Senator Mbata.
The meeting attracted dignitaries, including former Labour Party presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, and the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achebe.
For 2 and season greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, begins with joy, begins with that special sunrise vibe today. And of course, bringing you cheers, bringing you this beautiful smile. I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai, and it's Boxing Day.
Yes, it's
Deborah,
Boxing Day.
You're still looking Christmas, and today is Boxing Day. I hope I'll get my boss.
Do you know, when I was younger, not until last year, I realized what Boxing Day was actually about.
Don't worry, I'll be ready for people like you later today.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Okay,
yes. Wherever you are, at your desk, in traffic, making breakfast, or still enjoying the euphoria of Christmas, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and of course, like we said, it is Boxing Day, and it is 26 December 2025, which is Friday, and thank God it is Friday today also. So, of course, we've got a power-packed morning for you today here on Sunrise on Aneke TV, where we have our latest news, what's trending, weather reporter, entertainment, and of course, our sports coming to you from the Oracle himself. And also, we've got that special sunrise vibe for you today.
So, relax, get that Christmas chin-chin and chicken, grab your cup of coffee, enjoy the cruise because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and after we'll be starting today off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful, words that are aspiring, words that can shift our perspectives to something more different, and also that can offer insight in whatever we do to keep us well-driven, stay focused, and feel motivated.
Then it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot and tasty.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving you your weather report for today, covering major cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before you step out, or if you stepped out already, it's to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later, we'll wrap things up with fun global holiday celebrations to keep you smiling.
Yes, and now we're moving over to our morning show inspiration segment, which is due to the festive season, and of course, like we said earlier, today is the Boxing Day, and now today's quote is saying that we should smile for the things that you achieved throughout the year, that we should not let our hearts be burdened by the sorrows of yesterday. So I'm going to take that quote again, that says, smile for the things that you achieved throughout the year. Don't let your heart be burdened by the sorrows of yesterday. So happy Boxing Day. Now this quote is just simply telling us that we should forget about the past, forget what happened yesterday. Although yesterday was Christmas, which is saying whatever bad thing that happened yesterday, forget about it, because today is a new day. It's a brand new day where you can smile, where you can get another experience, where you can make what you want for that day. And also, let's forget about what happened throughout the year. Let's forget about the hustle, the trauma, the struggle, even though it would be easy, but then let's forget about it and think of today. Let's make today a very beautiful day.
All right, it's Happy Boxing Day,
yes,
and we'll still talk about it. I'm not forgetting that. And then going to your quote, you this morning telling us to forget whatever the previous season has brought.
Yes.
Whatever failures we have, we should be happy. We should keep smiling. But one thing is that there's always something to celebrate.
Yeah.
When you failed at one thing, doesn't mean you're a failure.
Yes.
And if you are alive, then you have every reason to smile. Remember what Thomas Edison did say. Do you understand? That failure is not final. Do you understand?
Yes.
That means if you are alive, you have a chance to still go at it again.
Yes.
There's every possibility of being successful. So you have no reason to be, to frown, to be sorrowful about yesterday. Every new day, a bright new day, a bright new morning, like you always say it. So you should be happy that the sun is set, the sun is shining, and you can make hairs, you can still be successful. Do you understand? So yesterday doesn't define you, and if I get you correctly, that's what you're saying. And in the spirit of celebration, re-energize, eat more chicken, drink more coffee, drink more tea, wine. You're a wine person, I remember. So whatever it is, enjoy yourself, then get recharged to refire, and speaking like those from the aspire to perspire motivators, but the truth is that if you are alive, then you're not a failure.
Yes.
You are still.
For the fact you're alive, you're healthy, and you're breathing.
Yes, so there's something to celebrate. There's something to smile about. So you shouldn't be sorrowful. You still have the chance.
That's
true. There are a lot of persons out there. Perhaps this year you plan to travel back home with a Venza and you can't afford a Venza. Easter is still coming.
Yes. So
the future is bright.
The future.
And if you remember that what you wanted was a Venza, but you got a Korupe. Do you understand? So remember that there's somebody who is working on Legady's bed. Somebody is on Legady's bed.
Yes.
You right?
Yes.
So there's enough reason to smile. You have every reason to be thankful, every reason to be grateful, and you still have a chance to go at it.
Yeah, that's true. That is really true. So for the fact you're alive, for the fact you're healthy, and also you're meeting your loved ones who you've not seen throughout the year, and they're all intact, they're all in that room celebrating this period with you, you should also be thankful and instead forget all the burdens and then make today a special day. Like we said, this day is Boxing Day. Now we said we're going to talk about Boxing Day, so
I want when they are all here, the man in the shrine, let them be here so that they can enjoy the takings.
Yes.
It's a Boxing Day, but in Nigeria, Nigerians, anyway, when we get there, let me not just let the cars back.
Okay.
Yes.
So Let us enjoy our day today. Let us smile and also forget the things that has happened, because when you don't forget, you find out that it keeps eating you up. So let us try to forget what we've been throughout the year, but instead hope for a better today. And while you're doing that, please remember that each new sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It's an opportunity where we try something new or simply be more present in whatever we do. And please also do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And up next is our weather report.
Yes, here we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today to guide you, help you still in the mood of celebration to enjoy merry on the Christmas and the Boxing Day. And with that, we'll let you in on the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, and it's rise and shine Orca. So expect cloudy skies in the morning with a gentle wink of sunshine by midday. The day heats up nicely, warm but comfortable, with a small chance of light rain popping in later. Highs around 36 degrees Celsius, lows near 26 degrees Celsius, which is a time for your shades and light breezy outfits.
And good morning, the coal city. By Brifu Enugu, you'll start under most cloudy skies in the early hours. But as the day warms up, it will turn into partly sunny to hazy sunshine. Perfect for errands or seaside vibes. High could flirt within 38 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. So stay hydrated.
Adding Abakaliki, hello Abakaliki, it's a bit cloudy this morning, but expect the sun to make a strong entrance by late morning. Temperatures will climb up to about 38 degrees Celsius, so embrace those cool drinks and hats.
And good morning, Imo State. Over to my favorite city, Owerri. Owerri this morning is mostly cloudy as dawn breaks. Then sunshine peeks through as the day heats up. With highs around 36 degrees Celsius, it's a great day to hit the market or have that outdoor lunch.
And in Umahi rises with cloudy skies early, then a cozy burst of sunshine and warm vibes through midday. Temperatures may reach up to 37 degrees Celsius, so light fabrics and water are your best friends.
So, wherever you are celebrating in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Health isn't just avoiding sickness, it's a lifestyle. Eat well, sleep right, exercise, and stay mentally sound. Your body is your vehicle for life. Treat it like a treasure, not a trash can.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it, giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit. Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Peace is not passive. Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations. Choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
Ehe, a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba. Ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma, nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land. Sacrifice is the price of progress. Without it giving time, sleep, or comfort, no meaningful journey is easy. Perseverance turns dreams into realities. When it gets tough, push forward. The finish line rewards the one who didn't quit.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
On Aneke TV, but apologies for the long break which we took. And now we'll be moving over to our newspaper headlines, starting from The Nation, Punch, and Daily Trust. Now the Nation headline, it reads, Nigeria, US hits terrorists in Northwest. And in the Punch headline reads, 2026 budget. Anambra, Enugu, Kano lead in education funding. And in Daily Trust paper, it reads, peaceful Christmas nationwide. Now we're starting our paper from today, starting from the Nation headline that reads, Nigeria, US hits terrorists in Northwest. And now the Nation headline is reporting that Nigeria, in collaboration with the United States, has recorded a major security breakthrough in the Northwest region. Joint intelligence operations and coordinated strikes reportedly targeted terrorist hideouts, dealing a heavy blow to criminal networks responsible for attacks, kidnapping, and banditry. Security sources say the operation reflects deepening international cooperation in Nigeria's fight against terrorism, with a focus on intelligence sharing, surveillance, and precision action.
All right. Before we go into this conversation proper, it is quite pertinent to begin to lay other ground, to wallet to this strike by the United States government. However, there have been varied opinions as to the strike. Many Nigerians, why they married and then started resting, the United States government, came in, took a strike, precision strike on the ISIS, and when you listen to the Secretary of War, he did say that yes, they try as much as possible to minimize civilian casualties in that strike. And we were woken up early hours when Mr. Trump himself tweeted that, let me take that tweet from from the President of the United States government, Donald Trump, and he said, I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there will be hell to pay. And tonight, there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if the slaughter of Christians continue. The President of the United States of America, in this tweet confirming that strike action, as is always the case with him. When the U.S. Army went to Iran after the strike, we saw a tweet from him celebrating the precision strike. But in this case, Mr. Rez, I would want to bring you on, having been that, yes, we've been talking about this issue, would they come and would they not come? However, before I bring you on to this issue, let us get the whole perspective together from our government, and then I'll call for the public release from the Department of Foreign Affairs.
All right, now the release says from the Foreign Affairs Minister says the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria confirms that Nigerian authorities remain engaged in structured security cooperation with international partners, including the United States of America, in addressing the persistent threats of terrorism and violent extremism. This has led to precision hits on terrorist targets in Nigeria by airstrikes in the northwest. In line with established international practice and bilateral understanding, this cooperation includes the exchange of intelligence, strategic coordination, and other forms of support consistent with international law, mutual respect for sovereignty, and shared commitment to regional and global security. Nigeria reiterates that all counter-terrorism efforts are guided by the primacy of protecting civilian lives, safeguarding national unity, and upholding the rights and dignity of all citizens, irrespective of faith or ethnicity. Terrorist violence in any form, whether directed at Christians, Muslims, or other communities, remain an affront to Nigerians' values and to international peace and security. The federal government continues to work closely with its partners through established diplomatic and security channels to weaken terrorist networks that disrupt their financing and logistics and prevent cross-border threats, while strengthening Nigerians' own security institutions and intelligence capabilities. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will continue to engage relevant partners and keep the public informed through appropriate official channels.
All right, Mr. Rez, we've been at this for getting to 2 months now, since the redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. There has been, conversation around insecurity in Nigeria, and Nigerians somehow came together, some in support of the United States government putting boots on ground, for which we argue that may violate the sovereignty of Nigeria. But good enough, we've seen the Nigerian government being able to engage diplomatically. And when this tweet from Donald Trump, became public knowledge, there has been argument that I have followed, where many people were saying there were comical releases to that effect, that why some people were sleeping who were supposed to be in the know, that the United States government came in, took precision strikes and then departed without people knowing. But with what we've seen or heard from the spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are saying that that effort was in conjunction with the Nigerian counterpart. But I may say that we'll have it on authority that the United States kept the game to their chest, not wanting to disclose the modus, the timing of this very operation. But one thing that is very certain, that there was indeed a precision strike on ISIS. And Mr. Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, has equally promised more of such precision strikes if they do not desist from the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Mr. Rez, let me start this way. Are you surprised of this action?
Well, I am not surprised because, it has been in the front burner for quite a while now. And we know that even the United States diplomats were in Nigeria. When they came in, some were to, investigate the claims of and allegations of genocide. Some others came to do the diplomatic business with the federal government of Nigeria. And when at the end of the day they're finished, well, there's no way any government or any, person who is set to fight against security will come in the open and begin to tell you exactly how, when, and where they're going to start from. So that is exactly why I'm not surprised when the U.S. went to Tehran, and said they have reiterated. Of course, Trump did the same Twitter that the job has been done. When they did, nobody knew it was going to come until that tweet came, and of course, it was done. So it's not a surprise, though some people are, like Gumi said, that the federal government should seek for alternative partners. People like Shore also said trying to play on the sovereignty of the country. Possibly because the government actions, some of the actions of government were not made public. But from the ministry, it is now obvious that Nigeria is working in partnership, in tandem, without ceding any form of sovereignty to the United States. They are working as partners in international security.
Mr. Reyes,
yes.
Please, sorry to interject, but are you telling me that the Nigerian government were aware of the targets and as that the timing of this striking?
And of course, you saw the release from the ministry. They are telling you they are aware. They are telling you they are working in partnership. They have told you they know everything they are doing, and they will continue to do same.
You know why I'm asking this question? By going by the period of this release from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it took us after we've heard from the President of the United States and the Department of War. Let me read a tweet from the Department of War before this publication from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came. We were thinking if their action was in consonance with the Nigerian counterpart, because if the Pontus, coming to talk about in collaboration with the Nigerian government, I think was an afterthought, so that they won't be accused of violating the sovereignty of Nigeria. One was expecting that Bayo Ononuga could, at that instant, or the Nigerian counterpart could have done a release, informing Nigeria that they were aware of that very strike. But even when you look at this communique, there was no else that, pointing out of the location, like the Americans information did. And I am to read the tweet from the Department of War. He said, the president was clear last month. The killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and elsewhere, in brackets, must end. The Department of War is always ready. So ISIS found out tonight on Christmas. More to come. Grateful for Nigerian government support and cooperation. Merry Christmas. Now, they were the ones who were now telling us about the support and cooperation from our government. Our government, at this point, the only thing we will get officially is from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Mr. Reyes, I ask again, do you really believe that the Nigerian government were aware as at the timing, the placing of this precision strike by the United States government?
Okay, if we begin to argue about being aware, the timing, the precision and all of that, it is a deviation from the norms of objectivity. The primary thing is that the terrorists in the northwest has been decimated. The ISIS camp has been, giving some precision strikes that will, of course, deter them from further damage to the security system of this country. Further damage to the security of lives and property. So, the moment you begin to argue whether you were not told early enough as to know that the Americans are coming and they are working in collaboration with the federal government is an issue. Of course, the idea that they will work in partnership with federal government has been there. It has been told so many times over before now, before the precision strike. So the fact that probably the spokesperson of the presidency did not do a tweet even earlier than Trump. It does not make any difference. What makes a difference is the security of lives and property in Nigeria. Is it coming down? Is the situation taking a better shape? That is the question. That is the primary, goal that all Nigerians are, itching to have. They're itching to have a goal that the security situation in Nigeria has become normal. That the problem of insecurity has been stemmed, has been pushed to the barest minima. There is no place in the world where you have absolute security of lives and property. There must be skirmishes, here and there. And in our own situation, is because our has become so bloated that insecurity is now becoming like a system in Nigeria. That's why we are crying foul. Now, the ISIS people, the ISIS group, has received a fire baptism on Christmas. And we are even hoping that we'll have many of these strikes, precision strikes, at various locations in Nigeria that have been sleepless as a result of insecurity, as a result of terrorists and kidnappers, that's bandits and all that. So the fact that we have not been told how, when it was done, and within the timing of the United States telling us the story, I don't see, it doesn't make so much meaning. And government has already claimed, even if you are doubting, if maybe your doubts are based on the fact that they were not coming together, but government has already claimed they are working. Of course, even before now, they have always told you they are working out a way. And the United States also told you they are working out a way to do that with the Nigerian government. So, but a lot of people are thinking that it is a way of compromising the sovereignty of Nigeria. And that is the fear, yes. A way of compromising the sovereignty of this country. But I do not see a compromise.
Yes, Mr. Ray, sorry. I know your takings are quite accurate and inaudible. You've pointed that many Nigerians are worried about the violation of the sovereignty of Nigerian territory by the government of United States. And at the other hand, some Nigerians, and at the other hand, some posit that the government doesn't want to come out to be emphatic if the strike was in consonance after due consultation and agreement with the United States because of politics. That is hinged on the fact that there are many in the north who are seeing that strike as anti-Islamic Islam and Islamic affairs in Nigeria. Let me take you to what Gumi said after the strike. And Gumi said, this tweet is coming from him and I'm quoting, he says, the attack are symbolic of a harbinger neo-crusade war against Islam. Attack on Sokoto, where 90% are Muslim with no imminent danger of terror. While the retreat is in Maiduguri and on a Christmas Eve with the claim of protecting against Christian genocide, says a lot. We believe that the terror is manufactured and sustained by the same people claiming to fight it. A word is enough for the wise.
That is Gumi's words.
Yes.
And of course, and Gumi has been severally named in, from various circles as being part of the problem of Nigeria. Being that he tends to go and negotiate with the bandits and comes out to, wants to
I think we should name him an official national negotiator for the bandits.
The federal government has not named him so.
Yes.
So if you are saying,
I am saying that we should confirm that to him.
Unless this television want to name Gumi as negotiator, of course I do know
that's just on a comic side.
Okay, we will not do that because that is why when Gumi speaks, he speaks from both sides of his mouth. He will tell you about confronting the terrorists. He will also swear by his blood, this will happen or that will not happen, and so on and so forth. So these are conflicting reports. He will talk that he's talking with, these are our brothers, they are not terrorists, and so on. And then he'll come back to tell us that people are manufacturing terrorism and they are coming to bite it. That is a kind of fight against Islam. No, you see, we have been in this country for quite a long time. Since after independence, before independence we've been together, after independence we've been together. It has not been this bad. It has not been this bad. We have ISIS, you have Boko Haram, you have Lukawara, you have the bandits, you have everywhere. Then you have agitations from various corners of this country, from the west, from the south, from the east, and of course from the wherever, north central. Agitations are here and there. And why are there these things? These are security problems that has resulted in the numerous complex insecurity situation in Nigeria. So you can see that there's no point anybody coming to say that fighting terrorists. The northerners are not even finding it rosy. That people are being killed. So, and if somebody says they should be left alone for them to kill themselves, it's unfortunate. But we still believe in one Nigeria. We still believe that anybody can be a resident of any part of this country. And that's exactly what we are doing. The Igbo man, you can see, is everywhere in Nigeria. With investment, very huge investment. So, and if one begins to, look at it from the perspective that the northerners should be left so that there won't be any anti-Islamic whatever. And then, of course, the terrorism will now soar and will continue to grow from strength to strength until it, comes into the loose and crying. Of course, there may not even be a government in Nigeria except a government by terror group. So let nobody begin to tell us that. Let nobody begin to tell us that we should stop fighting terrorism.
All right. Before I bring Mr. Goodhope into this conversation, let me take a few of Nigerians' reaction to the strike. And then this is coming from Gideon Zong, who wrote on Twitter, "Love from Nigeria. We send our greetings to Trump for the best Christmas gift in this season. May God protect Trump and the American people for yielding to God's call." Then, replying to him is at Mark Judah, who replied to him saying, "Of course, Muslim government officials will deny the slaughter." Then another one reply, he says, "Thank you very much, President Trump, for coming for our rescue." Then at Isu4U248 replied and said, "Thanks to President for protecting Christians in Nigeria." And then coming from Chris Boy Favor, who tweeted and said, "As a Nigerian, this is the best news ever. Since 2 decades, God Almighty bless President Trump." And now going forward, we are reading from Lady 8339, who tweeted and said, "Now we need support for all Christians against the court that is trying to invade the U.S." And at which at Wale Oni 4794 replied, "Talk and do, President. I'm loving it." And then at Abba 12 now tweeted saying, "Thanks a lot, President Trump, for the strike against Boko Haram and ISIS. Please continue the precision strikes until none of these terrorists is left alive." Then moving forward at Keletus Chibuzo 5329 tweeted say, "God bless you, sir. May you live for coming to our help in Nigeria." At which at Glory Flames 333 responded, "I'm a Nigerian, living in Nigeria, but as it stands now, Trump is my president. The Nigerian government is complicit of..." Just imagine if the Democrats are still in power in America. they would have continued to turn a blind eye to the atrocities in Nigeria like they have been doing. So, this what some Nigerians are saying as regards to this strike by the United States government. Mr. Goodhope.
Well, it's so unfortunate for the ISIS side of the issue that we're having this morning. Looking from what I have here, you will see that this has lingered over the days since Nigeria. Like yesterday, we talked about it. Nigeria being held a state of concern for the past 2 months. And the state of concern having its full effect by the U.S. government coming in. Like you asked Mr. Rex, was he surprised about the whole thing happening, about the bombing that the U.S. government, the bombing that they carried out in Sokoto yesterday? I think, even me too, I was surprised. But then, this is not just, I would say, a very big, I won't say congratulations or whatever, but I would say it's a process and it's a progress that we are making as a nation, having a bilateral stops coming into our relationship, coming into our nation. And citing back, you see that in the news some days ago, you will see that the leader of the Senate House, Gospel Akpabio, had a bilateral relations with the U.S. Envoy a few days ago. I think that was last week or maybe last 2 weeks. So looking at the situation so far, you will see that there is a step to the right direction. But also there are other things that we need to fix in retrospect to what is going on in the security and especially when it comes to national issues as this. You also asked something about the national, about the it being the Sokoto, the bombing going just to Sokoto, and people trying to what of other places? That's my own question. The question is that we don't just have terrorism in Sokoto. We also have these things in Borno and other places in Nigeria that we need to, that the U.S. government needs to, if they have started it, they should, carry on and bring in what is good. Because from what I'm also seeing from the same X, there has been confirmation that there's no casualty, especially from the villagers. The villagers went there to check. There's no casualty in the scenario where the bomb came. When I mean casualty, there was no casualty from their own perspective. So I'm not saying that this is so great, because there are other question marks around this. Well, what I'm saying is there could be more that we are expecting in the coming days, as nothing was announced earlier. So we're expecting that the Nigerian government and the US government will continue to partner to see that these things happen and we will have a better security issues settled. Okay.
Anyways, without wanting to challenge that information as to casualties, nobody would want to name casualties, but what we know is that there was a precision strike carried out after due surveillance all over Nigeria. It takes mapping, surveilling. A lot of intelligence went into that very action. Just the other day we were talking about the U.S. Surveillance over Nigeria from the AFRICOM, situated in Ghana by a military contractor from the Texas that was brought to handle that affair for the U.S. military. So before that strike would happen, I bet you that it was a result of due, committed, and deep-seated intelligence gathering. But let's not pander to the the casualties. But what indeed that is certain is that there was a precision strike at the domain of the ISIS in Jabu in Sokoto. But Mr. Reyes, before I let go this issue this morning, there's an angle I want us to take a little dive at. the essence of our engagement with the government of United States, since the redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, when Donald Trump did tweet that they might come into Nigeria gun a-blazing, that he might put boots on ground. I was thinking that the essence of our diplomatic engagement with the government of the United States of government was to forestall a situation like this, but rather equip and then back our military for us to be able to take a decisive action against the bandits. Would you say that that aspect of that diplomacy has failed, or that the United States government, while they were, joining with the Nigerian government, was still keeping their cards, up their sleeve?
Well, diplomatic relations with America by Nigeria has been there. In terms of supporting the military, they have been supporting the military even in the war against Boko Haram, when Boko Haram was the well-known terrorist group in Nigeria. So the Americans have brought in equipment and various other things before now. It has been in the news. It is not hidden. And this time, America said they were coming in if Nigeria could not be able to contain the mesmerizing forages of the terrorists in the country, then they are certainly going to come in. More so when to America it's been established there are some level of genocide against the Christian population. So they said it, they openly said it, and started talking with Nigerian government since then till this precision strike. So it may be as a result of all the talks and all the agreements made. But before now, Nigeria and America has been collaborating military-wise. They have brought in equipment, they have tried to help Nigeria fight terrorism. So it is not as if maybe...
All right, Mr. Rez. For want of time, I'm already, Deborah is already signaling, but tomorrow definitely we'll have that laxity to begin to, unravel many aspects to this intertwined story. So, over to Debbie.
All right, thank you very much. Now moving over to our next paper, coming from the Punch headline that says, Anambra, that says 2026 budget, Anambra, Enugu, Kano lead in education funding. Now Anambra, Enugu and Kano states have emerged as leaders in education funding in their proposed 2026 budget. The states are committing a significant share of the spending plans for education, covering school infrastructure, teacher recruitment, training and learning materials.
All right, let me start from Mr. Goodhope. This time around, we're talking about education, and the importance of education can be, overemphasized. And this morning, we are being told, remember that every state government and even local governments, we're in the era of budgeting, and every state government have been celebrating. We've been hearing trillion budgets, by the states, and then the local governments have moved in the realm of billions this time around. But good enough, we are talking about education, the states that has given place of priority to education, and we've heard the states Anambra, Enugu, Kano, Jigawa as the frontliners. Mr. Goodhope, what's your take on this?
Okay, I will be specific on Enugu, especially because we have seen so many progress from the governor, Dr. Bitamba. We've seen how he has masterminded education, the improvisation of educational activities, and also making it a room, creating a room where young people could thrive in education. I will start from him because he has, when he came into power, he brought in that vibe, that constitutional, institutional establishment of energy in education, showing you that this is what is needed, especially in the common goal of the Nigeria's economy. Because many people out there, let me just come from the grassroots, many people out there, right out there may not have had this particular concern for education, especially when it came to the time they should say, okay, go to school, go and read, go and do whatever you want to do. But looking at this side of what we have in the news, that we have some or more room for education, especially people from the southeast, we and Anambra, I think that's a progress, because the presidency have seen what it could be to introduce such a method, or to give these people a lot of share. They say who much is given, much is expected, and we've seen that come into play, and that's very important.
All right, Mr. Reyes, we're talking education here.
Yeah, education, of course, is the bedrock of development, and any sane and very progressive-minded government should be able to do something about education. In Nigeria, since independence, no tier, let me say, federating unit, when they were regional government and when they became states, nobody has ever met the United Nations standard in education percentage in terms of budgeting. It's only Enugu State for the first time that even surpassed the United Nations standard, by giving the desired percentage and above, as stipulated by the UN, on education. And of course now, other states are following suit. Anambra, Jigawa, Kano are also in the league of states that are budgeting enough for education in them, because they now fully realize that without education, they may not move forward as they ought to. And that is exactly why that is happening. Now, kudos to the states, kudos to Enugu State. We have a smart education coming into play in Enugu State. Not just having smart schools, smart education, because the children, the students, pupils are all imbibing good education.
All right.
What do I say then?
All right.
Okay.
All right. That's quite up. And then, like you did say, education is the bedrock for development in any society. Before I begin to, say something concerning this, let's take a look at the percentage. The states we were given were led by Anambra State, whose budget, budgeting 757 billion for education, marking about 46.9% of their total budget on education, and then followed by Enugu State that has earmarked 522 billion, making from the 1.62 trillion of the Enugu State budget, that is about 32.2% of their budget for education. And on the part of Enugu, they were very direct and up on what this money will be utilized for. Of course, you won't dismiss what you've mentioned, the Green Smart School Initiative in Enugu State. Then the recruitment of teachers, the school feeding is where the bulk of this money would go into. Then more heartwarming is that Kano too is on the list. Out of their 1.368 trillion budget, they carved out 405.3 billion for education, which is about 30% of their total budget. Then more and more heartwarming is that Jigawa State is equally on this list, topping some other states from usually the southern region of Nigeria to be on the top list of education paying attention government or state, if you may like to say. Jigawa State budgeted 234.48 billion from that is about 26% of their budget on education. But Mr. Reyes, what I would really want to add to what you said is that beyond budgeting, let there be proper implementation of this. Let it not be an avenue where we earmark, huge amounts of money, and at the point of execution, nothing is seen to have been done, which is usually the case of Nigeria. I know, if given latitude of time, you may take us through history of when the trajectory of Nigerian education, where it's been rosy, perhaps because of time, I know you may be part of the Nigerians who, ate chicken, had meal tickets in the university days, and the quality of education they have is nothing to be compared with what we're having. But the emphasis is that beyond this homogeneous amount that's been earmarked for education, let them follow it through and let other states copy from them as well. Let there be proper implementation to improve education, which is why I quite love your beginning on this issue, that education is the bedrock of development. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now this is all for today's paper review on Sunrise and Aneke TV. Do not forget that you could grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or card to e-paper online for more broader information. Now, up next is our sports updates.
And we move over to the Oracle himself, Mr. Goodhope. What's happening in the sports world over this Boxing Day?
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to the sports edition of our Sunrise here on Aneke TV. I would just start off on this note that in the AFCON, the tickets for the Tunisia-Nigeria's match has been sold out. Not because it's going to be, the match is tomorrow, but looking at the low turn-up of people coming to watch the match, Morocco has not really been a football center kind of place. This is basically the first time we are having to find Morocco hosting such an event. Not just the first time, the second time, the third time, and other times. So we are looking at them to be less football inclined. Sorry, I saw that gesture. They have done that before. I just remember.
If you remember the Morocco 88.
Yes, they have done that before. Just that when you're talking about the current situation of technology in football, Morocco has not just been there, but this time around they improved the technology, everything improved, and we have the Super Eagles football game coming up. The ticket has been sold out, and the ticket is not even as costly as the entertainment tickets that we have in Nigeria. The tickets are just there's one of 15,000 naira. The lowest is 15k for the match. The middle is 35,000 naira. I'm talking about naira. Then the highest is about 47,000 naira. So this is what I don't know if that match was in Nigeria, how much it would have been if the AFCON would
it has been sold off.
Yes,
which means the enthusiasm to watch Nigeria Tunisia. Is that?
Yes, Nigeria Tunisia.
Nigeria is the enthusiasm is high. That is why the ticket has been sold off. I mean, a day to the match.
Yes,
which means the capacity of the stadium is full.
Yes.
So,
yes.
and like the Oracle, sometime during the Nigeria-Tanzania match, here in the studio, you behaved like an Oracle and gave us
spot on.
On the match. Outcome of the match. So,
yes.
What will be the outcome of this time, the match between Nigeria and Tanzania? So that because we have followers already, who are, of course, basking in the euphoria of the one we won, and then
and I know a man who is called Pretty West, who usually say so that those who put their money where their mouth is could equally feed from you this time around.
Well, I'm not gonna talk as the Oracle.
No, but the Oracle has to speak. We're in your shrine. We are in your shrine.
You have to be sure of what you're saying.
Okay, well, the thing is that the oracles don't perform under pressure.
Yeah. Wow.
That would be a fake oracle then.
No, because which oracle performs under pressure? They have to.
We are in your shrine. Okay, give us what the match will be.
Okay, you know what? Nigeria will have, like I told you the other time, this is Tunisia. It's not going to be an easy match. Tunisia must score 2 goals, and Nigeria will reply. That's all I know.
What does that mean?
That means it will be a goal game.
Does that mean that the match will end in a draw?
Yes.
So there'll be no winners. That's what you're saying.
There will not be winners.
We're expecting 4 goals. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Or we're going to have more. We're going to have more like a late winner.
Let me allow Mr. Reyes comment on that and then conclude. It's Nigeria, and when I speak, it could be from a place of.
Yeah, we don't want it.
Yes, because of your earlier your statement about Nigeria and also how you feel.
Yes.
But we are Nigerians, we are patriotic, and we believe that we are going to come out good enough. You see, Nigerians, when they go in for such tournament, more so when we are unable to qualify for the World Cup, I think this one should be something that the Super Eagles should be able to make Nigerians feel good, because we are not feeling good about what happened during the World Cup qualifier. And of course the team may not have been well prepared earlier, but as they go on, I believe Nigeria gets better with every match.
Yeah.
So I am going to see a better outing against Tunisia. Tunisia is a footballing nation and a good nation in terms of football.
Yes,
it's not
very,
going to be
very
easy,
good.
like the Oracle said. I agree with him.
Yes,
But I believe that we work very hard to tell Nigerians, please do not cry anymore.
Okay. Let me, if I may, I will say that thank you enough. Your opinion is well balanced for conditioning our mind to any eventuality. You know, we'll start from a feel-good factor, from the feel-good aspect, where Nigerians believe that they would win any match, even unprepared. But you balance this very well by preparing our mind to a possible eventuality, being that Tunisia is a North African country, and Nigeria find it difficult whenever we encounter the North Africans in tournaments like this. Talk about the Morocco, talk about Egypt, talk about the Algerians, and today Tunisia, which is why I'm happy that you've prepared the mind and heart of Nigerians, not like me, for any eventuality coming out from that match. But like I always say, until we move out from where we begin to see God wearing the Nigerian jersey whenever we are playing match, then people like me will continue to stay aside.
Okay, all right. So moving on in the sports news update, Calvin Bassey, the Super Eagles defender, has said that he is privileged to play for the Super Eagles. I'm sure you guys know the Fulham defender who has capped a lot of won a lot of matches with Nigeria so far. And he said this yesterday when he was being interviewed, and in the vlog that they had, he said that he's excited to play for the Super Eagles, and it's a privilege. Someone that came 10 years ago, he had no team, but right now he's playing for the Super Eagles, and he has been a sensation in the defense. Also, Samuel Chukwueze, the one who has been on loan from AC Milan, said that he did not have a lot of time to play over there in AC Milan, that he has tipped AC Milan to win the Italian league, even though that he did not have a lot of time. Now he is at Fulham also to make the mark and to show what he can give. And we believe that this season long loan will bring the best out of this guy. I just expect the best from him. Yes.
All right, let me press the button and turn you to the Commissioner for Enjoyment. Is there anything happening in the entertainment world?
Well, a lot of things are happening in the entertainment world, which I may not give the updates here because of the intricacy of them. We had the restoration of Katefe's account on Twitch the other day. Then we move forward to the event happening in Flight Time event over there in Lagos, where we had the likes of Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, and all of them attending Asaketu with linking up with his former boss Olamide. And looking at the whole scenario, you will see that these guys, no matter the frenzy, the hot environment that they put themselves into, they have come out and they are now in an entertainment shell, a lovey-dovey. Then we had Burna Boy yesterday and Charlie Poppy. I didn't know that these guys would ever be in that kind of event. There's an event at Delta State that they attended, the concert, and I didn't expect Burna Boy to cross the seas. Of course, he says that if Dangote is looking for money, that who is he not to look for money? So he went to that event. He went to that show and performed live. It was a wonderful time that we're going to take up when we come back together.
Okay, but how is the Dirty December going?
Well, Dirty December is going dirty because it looks like the whole world is in Nigeria currently.
Really?
Yes, from Lagos to Enugu. these two cities are really buzzing. I'm just telling you from an entertainment side. Last weekend we had a lot of events in Enugu. This weekend, just this weekend, and just this week, we've had numerous of events in Lagos, and we are not yet done because other events are coming up. So it looks like it's Enugu, and all thanks to the governor of Enugu State for the establishment of all this, the fund and the ICC that he reinvigorated, and other places that he started to stay up in Enugu that has brought this success so far. All thanks to the governor, because Enugu is buzzing, and we are having a lot of hold-ups too. We're having a lot of it, but we think that at the end of the day, the hold-ups are going to come out, and
all right.
In entertainment.
No worry. All right. The Commissioner for Enjoyment, when it's time, we will see you at your forte, and we'll hand over to Deborah.
Yes, all right, thank you very much. And now let's move over to our celebration for today, which is the 26th of December, and we all know what that day is. It's the Boxing Day. And today being the Boxing Day, it is widely celebrated as Boxing Day in many parts of the world, including Nigeria and other Commonwealth countries. Coming just a day after Christmas, Boxing Day, it carries a beautiful message of sharing, gratitude and community. Historically, Boxing Day began as a day when employers and wealthy families gave Christmas boxes filled with food, money or gifts to workers, servants and the less privileged. Over time, it grew into a symbol of kindness and generosity, reminding us that the joy of Christmas is not complete until it is shared. And in today's world, Boxing Day means different things to different people. For some, it is a day to rest and recover after Christmas celebration. And for others, it's a time for family visits, charity outreach, sports, travel and reflection. And in Nigerians, many families use this day to extend goodwill, visiting loved ones, sharing meals with neighbors and lending a helping hand where possible. So beyond the fun and festivities, Boxing Day gently reminds us of an important lesson, which is giving does not end only on Christmas Day.
So are we expecting any box of gifts from you to boss?
If you have any box of gifts, you can give it to me.
It's not this boss, Mr. Rest.
Of course, it's about opening the box and, of course, giving out to people.
Yes.
Okay.
That is Boxing Day.
Yes.
Are we doing that in this part of the world? Are we expecting any unboxing?
Nigerians do not have to give
gifts. We are telling people of goodwill to open their boxes and give out to the less privileged.
Okay.
The unboxing day. All right, that's the way to go.
Yes.
But it's not just the less privileged. You can give to anybody.
You can give
right?
to me.
I'm expecting from Mr. Reyes as well.
I'm expecting from everybody.
Beyond, I don't want the Senate, sending prayers on your mail boss. I want to really see the boss, and there's a joy that comes from unwrapping gift items.
Yes.
When things are, when you're boss like this, or when you even get a new gadget and you're unboxing it. I don't know if anybody feels that thrill.
I feel it.
Yes,
so I want to feel it today.
At this point, I can.
You told me.
I don't want anything.
No, let me not say it on air, but anyways. I didn't get my chicken laps as she did promise.
Or your bottled water. You promised you bottled water.
Yes, because what I do for a living is to commission enjoyments.
And on that note, Deborah.
All right, thank you very much. Well, it's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or let Aneke TV. And don't forget to call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you on our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba, and happy Boxing Day to you all.
Yes, Mr. Resarum, happy Boxing Day, and thank you for being with us on set on Boxing Day, our in-house analyst.
And I wish our viewer out there happy Boxing Day too.
And to you, Mr. Good Hope, the one-man commissioner of enjoyment and the sports oracle. It's good to have you on the Boxing Day.
After this show, let's go and box.
What kind of boxing? And I am Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time next week. Bye-bye.
life. Joy of life often invokes the intrinsic beauty of our true existence. Life is not a straight road. It bends, it breaks, it blossoms again. We stumble, we soar. And sometimes, just breathing is proof that we are still becoming. It's not always loud. Some of the best parts of life comes in whispers, in morning lights, in long walks, in holding someone's hand through the silence. Life is not measured by years, but by moments. And in every moment, even the ordinary ones, is a sacred chance to begin again.
Reckless driving has become a disturbing trend on Enugu roads, contributing to avoidable accidents, injuries and tragic loss of lives. From speeding to ignoring traffic rules, many road users are concerned about the rising dangers. Today, we are on the streets of Enugu to hear from residents about this pressing issue.
You know, before they used to blame it on the roads, but nowadays I don't think it's the roads that cause it. I just think it's ignorance. Some of them are like ignorance. Okay, you know you're supposed to put on your trafficator before you enter into this road, but then you decide to put it when you're already done entering the street. It doesn't make sense. And then, let's go to the Keke people. You know, obviously you want to overtake, and you know how small your Keke is, but no, you want to overtake a big trailer. Does it make sense? Well, they're just different causes of reckless driving here in Enugu, and most of them, if you check it, most of them actually are faults, like the driver's faults, and there are mistakes that should not be made.
Our people are impatient. We are too rushed in everything, especially this Ember mode. Somebody will be making efforts since January to the September, October, November. Once you reach November, you started what you didn't achieve since January. You try to achieve it under 1 month, which is not possible. If God want to bless you, He will bless you. But everybody should cool down. If you didn't eat something today, tomorrow we eat it. You must not get everything under pressure. So our people should be take it easy in life, especially commercial drivers, because as you are driving, they will try to maneuver you. In the process, they will either you hit your car or you hit them.
I don't think there's any proper regulation of driving in the country that takes place. Though we have agencies like road safety, but we don't often take time to know whether the person passes through driving tests. Those days we used to have a driving test where somebody would go and learn how to drive and would be tested before issuance of a driving license. So it should be reintroduced. People should really be known and tested to know how to handle the steering. 2, people should know the regulations of the road. Regulations. Don't overtake at a bend, don't overtake on a bridge and the rest of them. These basic things should be taught to people. I have a friend that traveled abroad, and they said that for you to have driving license, it takes 3 years of intensive learning. 3 years. Finland precisely. But you see here in Nigeria, once somebody can ignite a vehicle and set the tires rolling, the person drives, whether he has license or not. So basically that one. Then before we talk about the issue of drinking or not drinking and sleeping on duty, sleeping on steering or not sleeping on steering, people should learn how to really walk and have a time to rest. Not somebody driving from Enugu to Lagos, reaching Lagos 6 p.m. and he enters steering again to start coming to Enugu by 9 o'clock in the night, just about 3 hours. So there are many factors, please.
Drivers taking hard drug, then depression. Like say some drivers don't have license, and yet some of them will carry motor and come out. Some don't even know how to drive, but yet due to because they have the access to car, they will take it. Then traffic light is another thing. Many are not obeying the rule of traffic lights, while some roads don't have traffic lights. Those that are enforcing these traffic rules, are they bending rules to some or not? You will see that you will get to some traffic lights, some will be catched, while some be left. Why? Especially when our political leaders are passing. They have to be the one to lead. If they should arrest others for disobeying traffic lights, our political leaders should do so too, to show the example. So, because of all these things, I feel that this is the main cause: not obeying the traffic lights, hard drug, not having license, or not learning how to drive and yet carry out the car and come out and start driving.
If we can control the way people drive this season, because any scratch now causes a fire outbreak. Like today, I went to Night Mile and I saw an accident that a tanker had to somersault, and it was with a fuel product inside. So automatically, that if there's any issue or any wound on it, it will cause a fire, and the whole place will be catch with fire. So that is some of the things we can control, is to control our driving speed, control like traffic measure, make sure that we take note of traffic measures on our roads.
It's just better you drive like with caution. Drive knowing that, oh, this life we have is, we don't have double life. We have one life, and then you know that if you lose that life, that's it. That's the end. So you just have to drive with caution.
So the solution is just law enforcement should not bend rules. You don't have to just arrest masses and then leave the wrecks because they are in political field. No. Then driving license should be something everybody, as far as you have access to car, you have to have your driving license.
My advice is that everybody should take it easy in this Ember month.
As voices continue to call for safer roads, one message stands out: road safety is everyone's responsibility. Authorities, drivers and pedestrians must all play their part to reduce the needless loss of lives. From Enugu, I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas.
Good morning and Merry Christmas, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. It's the Boxing Day, 26th of December, and here we are this morning still making merry and talking about the essence, the all that we need to know about Christmas. You know, for many, it's a period of enjoyment. For some, it's a moment of sober reflection, but give or take, all over the world, Christians are celebrating, and part of that celebration today is the Boxing Day, where we unpack and give even the less privileged in the society or our loved ones and friends. And this morning, joining us on the Insight to speak on this whole issue is the Reverend Mesirionye Chibweze, the chaplain of the Methodist Archbishop of Enugu and the minister of the Redeeming Cross the Redeemed Cross Chapel in here in Enugu, number 80 Abani. Reverend, thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
And we're so excited to have you join us this celebratory period where perhaps you should be resting or hosting loved ones who come around to greet you. But thank you very much.
Thank you and God bless you. Right. Thank you.
Before we'll get into the discussion proper, what does Christmas really mean when we talk about this celebration? Because everywhere, all over the world, Christians, non-Christians are celebrating. What is the significance of Christmas?
Thank you for that. And to all our viewers, I also extend the greetings of Christmas to you. Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year in advance. As the question comes, I would want us to go back to biblical foundation. When God created everything that was created, He made man in His own image. We know the story from Genesis 1. Precisely, man lost his place in the heart of God. It has of reconciling man back to himself. And he sought for a man, sought for means through which he could reconcile the world, reconcile humanity back to himself. And the only means he saw was to send his only begotten Son, who came, lived among us, sacrificed a lot to the extent of giving up his life. So that his coming is what we are celebrating, his birth. Christmas is all about the birth of Christ. We are celebrating him for all he represents, for all he has come to. Our redemption, our joy, our glory, our reconciliation back to God. That's the essence of Christmas.
Okay. But, Reverend, yes, you know, a lot of times it's all about merriment.
Yeah.
How do we begin to, strip away the merriment aspect of it and begin to, return to a Lord, like you've said, God who wants to draw us back to himself, and then taking human form to be born in a manger and not in a palace?
Okay. Now, in the 4th century, when it started to wear a new look, where people saw it as a time of joy, a time of sharing, a time of affecting lives, and also considering our own cultural bias and understanding that if you feel you are joyful, you should give out. It's a sign, the merriment part of it is a sign that we understand what we are doing. Okay. Now, if I have been reconciled to God, I should show it, even though it might be spiritual or as a people, it's also a time we're going to give out. Our giving is also a sign of worship to God. It's our service to God. So Christmas, the essence, we might not necessarily want to draw a line or to differentiate between the giving aspect of it and the life, the living aspect of it. All of them are encompassing. Now, what we are trying to point out here is that people should, in the midst of the merriment, know the reason for the season. It's not all about eating.
In this, just the way you said it,
in the midst of the merriment, know this reason for the season.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But I want to ask, I know you're a minister of the gospel, and then I've listened to you a number of times, preach the gospel and talk about these things. But I want to ask, you've had to preach, talk, live the Christmas for many years. And I want to ask, what is it about Christmas that still surprises you?
Wow. I will say that Christmas comes with its blessings. It comes with its blessings. From the beginning of the year, most Christians, everybody begins to struggle to see how we're going to find money today
or tomorrow. You get.
You begin to want.
So the question
from
now
January to November, you don't have anything for Christmas.
You're
You're worried.
That means I'm not going to be
First week of December,
I may not come back.
But surprisingly,
But if
before 20th,
go with
you see
Boricha,
that. So for me, the surprising thing about Christmas is how Christmas comes with its own blessing.
Come with Boricha or something. So the thing
is
that
that every year people struggle, every time people struggle, but people will even conclude. I have a friend who stays abroad. He told me on the 19th he's not coming home. Today is 26th. He's here in Nigeria.
By that January, me and Boricha, we have
wow, the miracle of Christmas. So Christmas comes with its miracle of blessings, and that is the surprising part of it.
I will come today and later. I will still. He doesn't have a problem. He doesn't. But it's just me being more careful and more calculated.
Yeah.
Moving all and about, and I was imagining that night, how is this man going to recover from all this stress to, minister, celebrate the Christmas, and then see you, this morning, even glowing more than you were, and I have to believe in that miracle as well.
There is a miracle in Christmas.
Wow. But, it's Christmas and we are talking, but there are those who believe that the darkness is overshadowing the light, and especially this Christmas period, there are a lot of dark activities going on. What prophetic word do you have for people in this category?
Yeah, before we look at it prophetically, I would want to say that the presence of dark activities is a sign there is light activity.
Okay.
Where there is no fake, there is no original. The presence of the fake is a sign that we have original things around us. Now, but I would want to let people know that there is every evidence that for every good thing that will happen, the evil would creep in. Now, even in the Bible, when the children of Israel God was leading them out of Egypt into the promised land, God opened the Red Sea for the children of Israel. But it did not stop the Egyptians from entering. So that God has made an opening of blessing does not mean the enemy will not come in. So we should become aware that our blessings also attract the enemy. Our blessings also attract the evil people. And when you are aware of all these things, it keeps you on check to prepare for them. So I'm going to speak to everyone who is afraid of the dark activities. Get relaxed. The presence of Jesus alone drives out evil. The presence of Jesus alone drives out darkness, evil. When there is this joy of the presence of Jesus, when Jesus is born in the reality, in your heart, in your life, in your activities, his presence alone secures you. His presence alone keeps you. So don't be afraid of evil.
Well, that's quite apt. Let me detour a bit and take a different approach.
Okay.
We're still talking about Christmas, and today is the Boxing
Wow,
Day.
yeah.
I want to get to that part of it. Growing up, when we hear Boxing Day, we were wondering, is it a day where everybody has to, wear a boxing glove and, do a Mike Tyson or a Mike, what do they call it? Evander Holyfield, or the Nigerian, what's his name? The Nigerian
heavyweight fighter.
Yeah. But growing up, we now realize, no, it's not about boxing, but gifting.
Yeah.
And I want to ask, for the sake of our audience, what is the Boxing Day all about?
Boxing Day originally was the concept that Christians had. In fact, it's not what should happen in a day. In the early church, they placed big boxes on the altar. From January, people who are blessed, people who come to offer prayers, will drop blessings in those boxes. And on 26th of December every year, they will open such boxes. And everything found in it will be shared to the less privileged, shared to those who are needy. But in recent times, for the sake of the joy of the birth of Jesus, if you come to churches, if you go to homes, when they stand the Christmas trees, they will place boxes around it. People bring it out in the front of their house, place gifts. It's meant that let people come and share in the joy. Or even in Igbo culture, when you give birth to a baby, people should come to rejoice with you on the birth of that baby. So Boxing Day is a time where we give out gifts to the less privileged, to people who are in need, to people who need it, people who you are better than. But recently we begin to consider who is even the less privileged. Everybody is in need. Everybody. So the gift should not be placed under barrier. We should give out to as many that we can reach. No matter how little, no matter how big, is a season where people are encouraged to affect lives with their gifts, with whatever God has blessed you with. You give it out.
So the Boxing Day in itself is equally a Christian tradition.
It is a Christian tradition. It is a social tradition. Anything that is worth doing is worth doing well. Christianity is a way of life. We improve on it each day. And we'll see, we might begin to consider that the early apostles never practiced this. But there are other things they were doing. There were other means of helping people. But now we have summed it up in this. Even though churches have other days they plan for the widows, the widowers, the less privileged, but particularly to our world today, the Boxing Day has made a lot of significance to us. And it's a time where everybody thinks of what do I give back to this society that God is keeping safe for us.
All right. Yes, we're talking is a moment of gifting, but I want to take you back to Christmas, the Boxing Day, one together. And I want to ask, we saw a Christ who chose, because we were told he is divine royalty, and chose to come in human form. And in coming, he petitioned royalty and took the place of humility to be born in Bethlehem in a manger, rather than being born at the palace in Jerusalem, which is the seat of power. But when you look at this and you compare to the Christianity that we have now, where instead of the church being the giver, most are the receivers. We see men of God, papas who fly private jets, where members are meant to contribute for papa, where the church becomes the taker, and we'll see ministers live a flamboyant lifestyle, gold-wearing ministers, rather than being, the very image of Christ. What do you have to say to such ministers?
I have oftentimes had the opportunity of speaking on this, but most times I want to be silent over it. It's on individual purposes and on faith. Now, but on practically, the birth of Jesus is a message that Christians should read meaning into it. It's not about how big you are. It's not about how wonderful place you are. God can use anybody. Now imagine, in this period, people travel from their places of abode back to their villages. For Joseph, he had no room in his father's house. For Joseph, he had no land, he had no building. And this is maybe particularly somebody who was celebrating the town. And he took the wife, came to his village, and there was no space for him. He only found space in a manger and a carpenter. He was able to prepare it. The message to it is that God's interest on individual cannot be truncated by your position in life. Once God has an interest in you, no matter who you are, whether you are rich, whether you are poor, the interest of God comes first. God found Joseph, God found Mary, and through them, Jesus came in a manger. Then to ministers, to churches, to the Christian family who are doing the ministry in pursuit of wealth against the purpose of membership. Now, but I have always told members, if you are prompted willingly to give, there is nothing wrong in giving. Sowing seed, you reap it. But to ministers who get this seed, which is meant for God, for his work, for evangelism, and you convert it to your personal, you are getting it wrong. It is not the essence of ministry. God has not called us to live. Living well is not bad. I am not against any minister who has a private jet. If God has blessed you as a person, by your work, by your labor, you could afford it, good for you. But if you are siphoning the money meant for the church, meant for gospel, meant for evangelism, for your personal use, you are wrong.
Okay.
You are wrong.
All right. And the church itself, in this time, what role? Because it's in the essence of Christmas where the church should be all embracing, bringing men to God, who has come to draw men to himself. And I'm asking, we're in a world where there's too much conflict. Move from Ukraine, Russia, go to Gaza and Israel, come to Nigeria. There was a bombing this as we celebrate. The United States were able to come in and go out.
Yeah.
There's bombing, and in Nigeria there's a lot of kidnapping going on, insecurity. What message should the church be preaching at this point in time? And don't you think that the church equally is failing in their role, given to the level of crisis that we are witnessing in the world?
Yeah. We are in an age that is very difficult. The church is not also finding it funny and easy. The church is under attack by the social media, by haters of the gospel, by other religious practices. The church is also struggling to survive. But at the same time, God has built his church, and the gate of hell shall not prevail against it. The church is supposed to stand out at this time. Every message from the pulpit should just be about Christ and nothing more. people should focus on the reason for the season. Let's advertise this Jesus. Let's advertise this Jesus.
Okay.
The absence of Jesus in our messages is what is causing this trouble. The overemphasis on prosperity, the overemphasis on wealth, the overemphasis on development, churches building and building and building, when people's faith is very shallow. People's faith is not rooted. People need Jesus. Is this Jesus that will keep them safe at this time? From the altars, people should come to church and ignite faith that will keep them going. Ignite faith that will keep them going at this difficult time. Every altar, every pulpit that is not preaching Jesus now is getting it wrong. The message should be about this Jesus. And when we talk about Jesus, everything good is Jesus.
Wow.
The insecurity is because the absence of Jesus. The bombing, the kidnapping is because people have locked Jesus out of their hearts. Just like we were trying to point at that passage of the Bible when we were talking about the place Mary gave birth. There was people who was not able to open their room for Jesus. And we're asking in this season, let people make room for Jesus in their hearts, in their lives, in their families, in our businesses. Businesses during Christmas period, prices are hiked. Why? It's a time of love. It's a time of celebration. Transporters, prices are hiked. Why? It should be a time of giving back, a time of showing grace. So these things is what the church and about it. Most of the people who hike these prices are Christians.
Okay.
They are Christians. So it means they lack understanding of what we are celebrating. If they really understand who we are and what we are celebrating, most of these abnormalities will not be there. So it's a time for us to use every available method to present, to advertise, and to showcase Jesus in everything. Be it in business, be it in your marriage, be it in your life, be it in the church, be it in the market. Wherever you are, people should see you and see Jesus.
And on that note, we'll go on a shopping. When we return, we'll continue probing on this essence of Christmas, especially the Christians who go and move away from the preaching of Jesus Christ by
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Thank you for staying with us on the Insight. And if you're just joining us, we're discussing with the Reverend Mesironye Chibueze, the chaplain of the Methodist Church of Enugu and minister of the Redeeming Cross Chapel here in Enugu at Abani. Reverend, thank you for staying with us today, being the Boxing Day. And we'll be talking about the Christmas and the practice of gifting on Boxing Days like this. But you've spoken quite well about the essence of Christmas, but you made mention of something very, very particular about the Igbo race, our businessmen, that usually during this period where we're supposed to be, helping one another, sharing with one another in order to foster the celebration of Christmas, to preach that message that Jesus Christ came for. Because I was told if there is no Christmas, there won't be an Easter. That why we're still celebrating Christmas today is because there was an Easter in Israel. And I want to ask, what is the message of the church to our leaders? Because Like we did mention, Christ could have been born in palace, but he chose to come into poverty, and his life was a life of sharing. But here we have a number of times the leadership what message should the church be preaching to the politicians, to the leaders of our society this festive season?
Thank you for that very wonderful comment. I have worked with one archbishop. I would mention his name before coming to Enugu. I think until our church fathers begin to see the reality of what is happening in our governance and a system of governance in our nation, and decide to pocket our own interests and address these issues, we'll be having problem. I've served with a man that we went to the government house, and after the meeting they had, after the devotion, he prayed, and we were about leaving, and the governor came, brought gifts for him, and he turned and said, "No, sir, I don't need it. Go and pay your workers. You are owing them." Wow. It was a heavy message to the face of the governor. Go and pay your workers. I don't need this. Why will you be giving me Ghana must go of envelopes, of gifts, when the people you are leading is suffering? Go and take care of them. If you take care of them, they are members of our church. They will bring their offerings. They will bring their tithes. I think Christmas is also a time that church fathers, preachers, all of us, Christians, should begin to look at those in authority and talk to them about Christ. Before now, we've left the work of politics to sinners, to people who see them as not being Christians, of not being good people. We left them, and they have soiled so many things. But of recently, especially the last election, we challenged Christians to take leadership. If a leader is not a Christian, how do we represent Christ there? Go to the topmost position, represent Christ. Leaders should know that Christmas is a time that those working with them, working for them, working in the state need love, need to be celebrated, need to be cared for, not to be segmented. Of recent, the governors, the politicians, most of them have traveled home. They are sharing rice, they are sharing this, and after now, what next? Where are they sharing it from? From all the monies they've looted? And this is the reality of what Christ came for. It was in such instance that Christ entered the church and pursued everybody out. People should get it right.
People should get it right.
Yes.
Away from segmentation.
Yes.
But I want to ask, are there still ministers of the gospel like that?
There are.
There are?
There are.
And things are still going bad.
Most of them, we live at a time that if you have a platform, you are known. If you don't have a good platform, you are doing something good, but nobody knows you are there. There are people who are doing wonderfully well. Like this season, I know of several churches here in Enugu who has organized Christmas parties for both their children. They gave out gifts, who has organized for even adults, less privileged people. They gave gifts. My own chapel, who did. Almost every member who comes to my church received a package, at least that should be able to keep you this period. I have good members who has money, who could trust us and said, "Church, can you take this money and give to members?" I have also people who are not even our members, who invited them, share in this. And people could be proud. We have other evangelism areas we are going, like towards OG and Onsoka area. This period will send gifts to them. We have people who have nothing to eat over there. Let them feel the essence of Christmas. And that is what we should tell the government. There are people in the villages who the breeze of Christmas is not blowing their direction, who the governance of our state is not reaching them. This period, can we get to them? Not only trusting the work of the councillors, nor the local government chairman, giving them, trusting they will give. Some of them don't give. Surprisingly, what happened during the COVID area exposed us that so many bags of rice that were as palliative was locked for 5 years. until it was rotten. They brought it out and to share to people, wooing them for votes. These things are wrong. Whatever the government should do, let them do it. Let people be happy. For once, it's a time of making people happy. The government of these days, we are seeing a light that is shining developmental wise, but what of the conscience of humanity? That is the area we are going. I wouldn't want us to drag it into taxation and all that, but I think it's another area that the government should look into seriously these days. Every state, every nation is beginning to bite on citizens.
Good. That's quite apt, especially coming from a minister like you and who will be listening to, and wish many ministers would be as courageous to, speak truth to power. But stepping a little away from this, let's move down to the Igbo land. Often, and we've raised it here, during festive season, you see the price of commodities skyrocket, not because these things have increased in value, or you see the dollar, skyrocketing, but because let's say our brothers who are in the market wants to make more money. And we see that we've turned Christmas to the period of materialism, where everybody wants to go home with a Rolls Royce, a Venza, to show off. Some say to even intimidate their peers and see that they've arrived. Moving away from the essence of Christmas, what message do you have for such people with such mentality?
I am most worried not even about them, but about us who patronize them. If you bring out that commodity and nobody buys it, you take it down. You take it down. Most of these products is what we produce in our land. Thank God this period this year, food prices went down. Because people could buy gari, people could buy rice, people could buy beans, people could buy yam. In as much as we know that the condiments might also be on the high side, but the major things we need, the prices came down this year. But practically, it is a time. I went to buy a bag of cement. They said they're now selling from 9,000 they were selling, it's now 9,950. Some are selling 10,000. And other prices lifted up. It's a time when we should be bold. Our tax force is not doing anything. If the government, I know a time in our country when there was a tax force who goes to filling station to ensure they sell as the approved prices. I think so. It might also become an interest that during Christmas we should establish task forces to make sure that people sell the right prices. Now, but also, if you bring that to your market and hike the price and nobody buys it, you take it down. Yes. So for people, I have often told my church people and my friends, Christmas is the birthday of Jesus. It's not your birthday. So don't kill yourself because you want to get a bag of rice. If you don't have it, keep calm. By January, come down. When they have seen that Christmas have come and gone, they will reduce the prices. But on the other hand, I have watched people who hiked prices. What has they had to show for it? Hyping the prices. Can you ask yourself, you hyping this price, in the price, what did you get? The more breeze takes it away. So it's a time where people should be Christian enough, Christ-like enough, to be humble, to be truthful. Why would somebody not maximize a proper gain? Why do you want to make a gain out of a little? Why don't you have a heart of helping others? It is wrong. My dear Igbo people, I want to be bold to this. If I'm allowed, I'll speak it in Igbo. But let me just say this. It is high time that everybody must know that the essence of Christmas is not about making money. No. We are Igbo, we are not beggars. We don't beg. We survive by our strength. We survive our sweat. We make what we eat. God blesses us. So even though you want to hike the prices, you want to do anything you want to do, God provide these things for us. So it's not understand your destiny, follow it, follow God, do the right thing. We say in Igbo, biri can biri, biri can one legi biri. Let's live. It's not meant for you alone. You cannot make the whole money in this nation. So calm down. Calm down. Let's do it the right way. And you see, you register again, you'll never sing before.
That's quite penetrating. Very penetrating. I wouldn't just free you. I know you're passionate about the youths.
Yeah.
So in a nutshell, what do you have for the youths?
Wow, my fellow young people, I would be so particular to us. We are living at a time that every young man, every young girl wants to make a registration that will not be easily forgotten. But know this, if you rise through the wrong route, you are going to fall fast. So for you to sustain your growth, you need to ensure. I learned something from my immediate boss, the most Reverend Barrister Aneke. One day we went out and we are supposed to climb a building of 7-story building, I think so. So they asked us to use the lift, and he said no. Let's use the stairs. I was imagining, why is my boss going to suffer us from climbing? He's going to take our time, take our strength, and everything. And while others who followed us made use of the lifts, and I started climbing the stairs with him. And we started appreciating the architectural work of that house. As we were going, we found faults in their work. We found where they got it right. And he just turned to me and said, if we have used the lifts, we will not appreciate the beauty of this building. He said, if you want to appreciate the beauty of life, take it step by step. If you run, most times you fly, most times people want to celebrate you. It's a kangaroo way of rising. It falls fast. But when you take it step by step, you sustain your growth. So my fellow youth, let this period be a time we are going to see God work in us and work through us. Let's submit to God. Let's submit to Jesus. Let's submit to hard work. Let's submit to diligence and duty. If you do the right thing, the right fruit will yield. And I always tell people, if the Lord has blessed you, the blessing the Lord has given you is not for you alone. It's for you, it's for your family, it's for the nation. So, and we all rejoice. Don't you rush out of it. But if you take it step by step, when you get there, you will have been consolidated.
Wow. What a way to wrap it up. And that's it for today on The Insight. And we are grateful to the Reverend Mesirionye Chibweze, the chaplain of the Methodist Archbishop of Enugu and the minister of the Redeeming Cross Chapel here in Enugu at Abani. Reverend, thank you very much for speaking with us on The Insight. That's
I am grateful. I am
to
grateful
have you. And do remember that on The Insight, your view matters. Reach us with the hashtag at Insight or at Aneke TV. When we come your way next week, we'll begin to unravel your opinion about what we've discussed. Thank you for staying with us, and I've been your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide has donated 19 million naira to 19 former Enugu Rangers players who won the 1977 African Cup of Champions. The announcement was made by Senator John Azota Mbata during the Imobi meeting at the International Conference Center in Enugu, where he also highlighted achievements from his one-year tenure as President General. Senator Azota Mbata said the contribution compensates for the unredeemed 25,000 naira pledged by the federal government to each player nearly 5 decades ago. The President General also revealed plans to establish 7 professorial chairs across Ohanese states for Igbo language, history and culture, backed by 35 million naira in takeoff grants. Work on the new Ohanese headquarters in Enugu, which will house a museum of Igbo music, art and culture, is nearing completion. He further announced 50 million naira takeoff grants for Alibo Investment Company and Ndibo Development Foundation by year-end 2025. Speaking at the event, Professor Pat Otome urged Igbos to define their place in Nigeria and called for a level playing field, while former Minister of Power Professor Chinedu Nebo stressed the importance of Igbo unity. Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary of Ohanese Ndibo, briefed the press after the engagement.
In oceanic proportion, the governor of Enugu State for this incandescent sense of hospitality. The governor of Enugu State has always been there for Ohanese Ndibo, Abiliso, from the first day of Senator Mbata.
The meeting attracted dignitaries, including former Labour Party presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, and the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achebe. The Enugu South Local Government Council has presented a 7.81 billion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year, prioritizing infrastructure development, security and service delivery. The chairman of the council, Right Honorable Dr. Caleb Aneke, described it as a budget of disruptive innovation aimed at completing ongoing projects, promoting fiscal discipline and enhancing transparency. The plan allocates 4.07 billion naira, that is 52% to capital expenditure, while 3.74 billion naira, which is 48% for recurrent spending. Revenue is projected at over 7.81 billion naira, including 240 million naira from internally generated sources and more than 7.5 billion naira from statutory allocations. Key interventions include road construction and rehabilitation in communities like Amechi Ono, Okunano and Achara Layout, installation of solar-powered streetlights and 500 kVA transformers to improve electricity supply.
This very budget is a budget that will be in a very anxious, having the anxiousness to develop and also to better the life of the people we are living. So that was the reason why the budget is being broken into segments. We have capital expenditures and recurrent expenditures. The size of this 30 years budget is about 7,813,973,000 naira. That is the overall size of the budget.
The council chairman has also refurbished the legislative complex and secretariat to strengthen administrative efficiency. The Legislative Council, led by Honorable John Okechukwu Ebo, pledged prompt consideration and passage of the budget.
That budget is a budget to consolidate all the ongoing projects in Enugu South local government. Because if you go around Enugu South local government, there are a lot of ongoing projects. Some are completed, some are still ongoing. So that budget will help him in next year running of the affairs of the local government. So it's a nice one. And we have decided, because we have seen that the last year budget was implemented 100%. So this one, we're not going to waste time in passing it, so that by next year, January 1st, it will start running.
The budget presentation drew party leaders, stakeholders, members of the civil society groups, Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, NOGE, and representatives from women and youth groups. Christmas carols and the Festival of 9 Lessons and carols remain one of the most enduring traditions of the Christmas season, combining scripture, music, and reflection to tell the story of hope at the heart of the Christian faith. Beyond the pageantry and familiar melodies, the service carries lessons that continue to resonate in an increasingly divided and uncertain world. The Festival of 9 Lessons and Carols, which originated in England in the late 19th century and gained global recognition through the annual service at King's College, Cambridge, is carefully structured to trace the biblical narrative of humanity. The readings begin with the story of the fall, acknowledging human frailty and the consequences of disobedience before moving through the promises of redemption and culminating in the birth of Jesus Christ.
Now in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent by God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph of the house of David. The virgin's name was Mary. And having come in, the angel said to her, "Rejoice, highly favored one, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women." Sing lying on the bed of straw, across his table with a open door. Mary cried in the bed she bore, the Prince of Glory is his name. carry me. Oh, now carry me to Bethlehem to see the Lord appear to men. Just as was the stable then, the Prince of Glory when he came. And here we are in the same country. Shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were so afraid. 10. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. Hallelujah, amen. Hallelujah, amen.
Christmas carols reinforce this message through music that is both participatory and reflective. Sung collectively by congregations and choirs, carols transform doctrine into lived experience. Their lyrics speak of joy, peace, humility, and goodwill, while their melodies evoke memory, belonging, and continuity across generations. In this way, carols bridge the sacred and the communal, drawing individuals into a shared moment of reflection. The significance of 9 lessons lies in their honesty. They do not deny the existence of pain, injustice, or suffering. Instead, they place these realities within a broader story of hope and restoration.
The angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time out of heaven and said, By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this thing. I have not withheld your son, your only son. Blessing I will bless you. And multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven and as the sand which is on the seashore.
The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, upon them a light has shined. You have multiplied the nation and increased its joy. They rejoice before you, according to the joy of harvest, as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. For you have broken the yoke of his burden, and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, as in the day of Midian.
The world today rejoices with a joy that never dies, and we join those holy voices, praising Christ, our hope and pride. Blessed all the wondrous story, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Glory in the highest glory, His own goodwill to men.
The birth of Christ, as presented in the final readings, symbolizes renewal and the possibility of transformation even in the most difficult circumstances. This message remains relevant at a time when many societies are grappling with economic pressures, insecurity, and social tension. Beyond the religious setting, the service offers broader moral lessons. It calls for compassion in the face of hardship, generosity in times of want, and peace amid conflict. In contrast to the commercial excesses often associated with the festive season, the night lessons and Christmas carols invite quiet reflection, reminding audiences
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. As we join welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. As we join the nation in observing Boxing Day, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now to the headlines. Federal government licenses 75 boat operators to reduce inland waterway accidents. Femi Biamila retains position as Chief of Staff. Showore criticizes Tinubu over U.S. airstrikes in Sokoto. Governor Soludo's son foots medical bills for indigent patients. And now to the details of the news. United States President Donald Trump has warned that further military strikes will follow if Islamic State terrorists continue attack on Christians in Nigeria. He disclosed that he personally ordered recent airstrikes targeting ISIS camps in the northwest region. Trump said U.S. forces carried out numerous perfect strikes against the terror group, emphasizing America's resolve to confront radical Islamic terrorism. The operation was concluded with precision under the U.S. Department of War. Officials say the strikes are part of ongoing efforts. Trump's statement on Truth Social underscores Washington's readiness to act decisively against extremism group. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has commended the Nigerian government for its cooperation during coordinated airstrikes against terror enclaves in northwest Nigeria. The operation conducted on Christmas Day formed part of broader U.S.-led campaign to dismantle terror networks. Hegseth met in Nigeria Washington following Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern by President Trump. He described the operation as sending a strong message to extremist group about U.S. commitment to security. The secretary also used X to highlight the importance of international cooperation in counterterrorism. The joint efforts aim to ensure the protection of vulnerable population in the region. The Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, WITS, and RWA has completed a 3-day safety and navigation training for 75 boat operators from Lagos, Ogun and Ondo State. The program targeted technical gaps contributing to maritime accidents. Participants from major unions underwent classroom and on-water practical sessions covering emergency response, firefighting, first aid and engine maintenance. Certificates in safe boating and navigation were used at the conclusion. NIWA says the training is 90% successful and part of a broader strategy to modernize the blue economy. Plans are underway to expand the program nationwide in 2026, alongside strict enforcement of jetty operations and waterway regulations. The presidency has dismissed claims that President Bola Tinubu replaced his chief of staff, Femi, with Principal Private Secretary Hakeem Muri-Okonola. Social media speculation sparked the report, but it has been described as false and divisive. Special Advisor Bayo Nanuga clarified that both officials remain in their current positions. He urged media outlets to verify sensitive information before publication. Femi has been Chief of Staff since June 2023, while Muri-Okonola became Principal Private Secretary in September 2023. The presidency says the clarification reinforces stability in the advisory team. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo has ordered a reshuffle of top directors in the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority following corruption allegations and recent aircraft incidents in Kano and Owerri. Godwin Balang moves from aerodromes and airspace standards to head airworthiness standards, replacing previous leadership accused of lack certification oversight. Alhaji Ahmed Abba of Nama fills Balang's former role. Minister Keyamo says the changes aim to restore administrative efficiency and flight safety. Investigations into underlying corruption continue with public disclosure promised once completed. The Northern Governors Forum mourns the near simultaneous deaths of Kano State House of Assembly members Aminu Ngogo and Saki Dameji. Both lawmakers reportedly collapsed at the Assembly complex on Wednesday. Ngogo, chairman of the Appropriation Committee, died after a brief illness. Daneji, chairman of the Pilgrims Affairs Committee, collapsed shortly after hearing of Ngogo's death and was pronounced dead soon after. Governors described the loss as a blow to governance in Kano. Condolences were extended to families and colleagues, and the lawmakers were laid to rest. Analysis of 2026 state budget shows Anambra dedicating 46.9% of its 757 billion naira. Budget to education. Kano and Enugu also prioritize education, allocating over 30% for infrastructure and teacher recruitment. Northern states like Jigawa and Kaduna meet UNESCO benchmarks of 15 to 20%, while Lagos, Delta, Awka, Akwa Ibom and Imo fell below 10%. Experts warning for sufficient funding may impact long-term development and literacy. Smart initiatives such as Enugu's 30 billion naira for school feeding and green projects are highlighted. However, transparency
Jesus Christ came from a human root, that dates back to Abraham, but was of the heroic and big dynasty of David. That's what we see in Matthew. Anybody who listened to the gospel and the church, according to the Catholic Church, the Virgin Night, we get the genealogy of Jesus Christ. How it was traced from Abraham down to Joseph, the foster father. Then Mary, of course, happened to be the mother. So that gives the natural setting for the birth of Christ. Why? Because having failed, God, in his own wisdom, in his own love, decided to pick man up again. Came in the form of man that we call Jesus Christ. That is the story of the incarnation, how it all started. Then, for some who are still very doubtful, it was set up in a very political setup, or rather, set up in a political circumstance. It happened during the counting of the census, Caesar Augustus, many years. That's need for a census. We have tried in our nation to have a census. It's not that easy. But this one was done. Jesus Christ was born within that circumstance of Caesar Augustus, the census. And they had to go back to their place of origin, which was Bethlehem. They went back to Bethlehem. It was in the process that Mary started the process of giving birth to Christ. My dear brothers and sisters, it is once more Christmas, a period that the church celebrates the birth of Jesus Christ. Actually, it should be a commemoration.
For the break in transmission. Now still on the news. Rescue operations continue at Balogun Market, Lagos Island after a fire destroyed a 22-story Great Nigeria Insurance house, leaving a China-based businessman and others trapped. The blaze started on the 4th floor, causing a partial collapse as traders attempted to salvage goods. 10 people have been rescued, 7 hospitalized and severe burns. Emergency efforts were hampered by illegal structures blocking access. Economic losses are substantial, with millions of naira in goods destroyed. Police have condoned the area while families remain on site, hoping for further rescues. Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun has pledged a peaceful handover of power in 2024, a first in the state's 50-year history of contentious successions. He made the promise during a Christmas service in Iberu Remo. Abiodun cited solid governance and economic growth, with the state budget rising from 355 billion naira to over 2.7 trillion naira under his watch. He highlighted infrastructure projects, including Gateway International Airport, as part of his legacy. The governor also praised President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, citing improvements in fuel availability and forex stability. Abiodun's pledge set a new benchmark for orderly political transitions in Ogun State. You're watching news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government licenses 7 boat operators to reduce inland waterway accidents. Femi retains position as Chief of Staff. And coming up shortly, Showore criticizes Tinubu over U.S. airstrikes in Sokoto. Governor Soludo's son pays medical bills for indigenous patients. We'll be right back.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sides represent focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has criticized the Tinubu administration, claiming it failed to protect Nigeria's territorial integrity after U.S. airstrikes in Sokoto State. Sowore dismissed government claims of joint cooperation, describing the strikes with targeted terrorist group on Christmas Day as a violation of Nigerian sovereignty. Sowore argued that Nigeria has been reduced to a bystander while foreign powers dictate security decisions, asserting that the current administration lacks the tested and informed leadership to safeguard citizens. He warned that reliance on foreign military action undermines national authority. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through spokesperson Kimebi Ebiefia, defended the operation, saying it followed a structured security partnership with the U.S., including intelligence sharing and strategic coordination. The government maintains the strikes adhere to international law, but Sowore insists real protection requires independent national leadership. Chinua Soludo, son of Anambra State Governor, settled medical bills for several indigent patients across Adazi-Nuku, Nobi, and Ekulobia during the Christmas period. He also provided transportation fares to ensure patients could return home for the holidays. At St. Joseph Hospital, a patient detained over a nearly 1 million naira debt was released. Soludo emphasized that Christmas is about supporting the less privileged and ensuring they feel valued. More than a dozen other patients, including nursing mothers, benefited at Nobi and Ekulobia General Hospitals. The gesture, continuing a philanthropic tradition, was praised by hospital staff and beneficiaries, with Soludo urging Nigerians to foster a culture of compassion for vulnerable citizens. The Nigerian Police Force's Special Tactical Squad arrested 22 high-profile suspects in a nationwide anti-crime operation. The arrests include a fugitive from Kuje Correctional Center linked to a violent robbery against a Nigerian Army officer. Operations across multiple states recovered 6 heavy firearms, dozens of vehicles and motorcycles used in criminal activities. Interceptions included seizure of 13 motorcycles and weapons on the Kaduna-Abuja Expressway and the dismantling of kidnapping, cattle rustling and impersonation syndicates. CSP Benjamin Hundeyin confirmed all suspects are under interrogation and will face prosecution. Inspector General Kayode Betokun commended the squad and urged the public to provide credible tips to sustain momentum against crime. Kebbi State First Lady Hajia Zainab Nasser Nasser distributed 5 million naira in cash and 500 bags of rice to police families and widows this Christmas. The outreach aimed to ease financial pressures during the festive season. Represented by Hajia Owani Usman and Kwai, the First Lady visited the mobile police and drone police barracks in Bimim, Kebbi. She lauded widows of fallen officers as national heroes and emphasized the government's commitment to police family welfare. CSP Usman Shahu, representing the Kebbi Police Command, thanked the First Lady, noting that such support motivates officers to remain dedicated. The command pledged to maintain high security during the festive period. Commuters in Jigawa State have called on the government to intervene as transport fares remain high despite a reduction in fuel prices from 1,160 naira to 735 naira at some stations. Residents say inflated fares are affecting daily business, school attendance and essential goods costs. Civil servants, students, traders and factory workers expressed frustration, noting that fares reduction have not followed the drop in fuel cost. Transport unions have been accused of keeping rates high. The Ministry of Works and Transport said it will engage with unions to ensure fares reflect economic realities. Drivers argue fares are dictated by unions, while the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission warns against arbitrary price hikes. Major Nigerian banks, including First Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Union Bank and UBA, have warned customers to stay alert of seasonal fraud. Criminals are reportedly using fake apps, links and USSD prompts to steal data, often posted as trusted officials. Banks emphasized they will never request OTPs, PINs, or BVN numbers. Interpol's Operation Sentinel led to the arrest of 574 suspects across 19 countries and recovered $3 million targeting email compromise, extortion, and ransomware networks. Customers advised to use official banking apps, enable strong security, and report suspicious activities immediately to the banks. Authorities stress vigilance as fraud spikes during end-of-year festivities. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise urged the federal government to prioritize domestic refining as a critical pillar of economic sovereignty. CEO Dr. Muda Yusuf called for policies that favor local refineries through fiscal and regulatory support. Yusuf criticized current policy distortions that disadvantage local refiners against imported fuel, stressing that local refining supports job creation, foreign exchange, conservation, and industrialization. He also called on the Nigerian Upstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to boost production and guarantee domestic crude supply to local refineries, ensuring sustainable energy security and economic resilience. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI) has warned that Nigeria's industrialization goals are hampered by power shortage and engineering skill gaps. President Leye emphasized that global economic strength comes from technical competence and manufacturing capacity. Kupolie highlighted the success of Nigeria's fintech sector but noted that traditional manufacturing is crippled by an unreliable national grid. He called for tax incentives and renewable energy investment, noting LCCI has adopted a 100 kVA solar-powered system to mitigate power challenges. Dr. Muda Yusuf of CPPE added that the power sector's 4 trillion naira debt and transmission bottlenecks are unsustainable. Both experts stressed that reforms are needed for Nigeria's competitiveness and industrial expansion. Matthew Kuti and Ajoke Ojumo won the men's and women's single titles at the 11th Elekris Cup in Lagos. Kuti defeated Muiz Adegoke 4-1, defending his title, while Ojomu overcame Sukrat 4-3 to claim her first Elekris Cup victory. The tournament, hosted at Molade Okoye Thomas Hall by the Lagos State Table Tennis Association and sponsored by the BAA Foundation, featured 64 players competing for a 3.8 million naira prize pool. Both champions received 600,000 naira each. LSSTA chairman Tunji Lawal praised the performances and announced plans to launch a professional table tennis league in 2026. The Lagos Boxing Hall of Fame Governor's Belt Tournament begins today, featuring top amateur boxers from Lagos, Ogun, Osun, Kwara, Oyo, Borno, and the FCT. For the first time, all competitors trained in a joint camp to prepare for the bouts. The event includes 5 headline matches and 7 exhibitions, including a female bout between Khadijat Balogun and Yakubu Alia. The tournament emphasizes grassroots development and national talent scouting. Founded by Finance Minister Wale Edun, the LBHF remains a key pipeline for amateur boxing. Organizers plan a new divisional structure in 2026 to strengthen local government competitions. Lagos hosted the 4th edition of the Eco Drive exhibition at Alliance Franchise, Ikoyi drawing premium vehicle owners, power bikers, and lifestyle creatives. Founder Ademide Oshusino described the event as a platform for automotive culture and innovation. The highlight was a live demonstration of the all-electric Mercedes-Benz G-Class performing a 360-degree G-turn, showcasing electric off-road capabilities. Organizers emphasized the combination of classic, custom, and cutting-edge vehicles. Co-founder Sanjo Morgan said the exhibition promotes road safety and Nigeria's global automotive profile. Plans are on the way to expand storytelling and lifestyle content in future editions. Nollywood actress Richard Dominic described 2025 as a memorable and blessed year. Sharing holiday portraits with husband Fidelis Anosike, the couple coordinated black outfits and extended Christmas wishes to fans. The festive season follows your 3rd white wedding anniversary. Dominic previously paid tribute to Anosike, highlighting a marriage based on compatibility rather than societal pressure. Dominic's reflection underscores her personal and professional satisfaction, emphasizing gratitude, stability, and marital harmony as she closes the year. Fashion influencer Sophia Momodu shared rare Christmas photos with her daughter Imade Adeleke in matching pajamas. Fans praised the post, noting Imade's growth and Momodu's parental dedication. Sophia has limited Imade's online presence to protect her privacy. She emphasized her role as the primary caregiver and the focus on raising an empathetic, intelligent child. The festive update highlights the strong mother-daughter bond and celebrates family moments amidst public life, serving as a reminder of parenting responsibility in the digital age. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The former House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila has confirmed his continuation as Chief of Staff, signaling continuity in legislative administration. The Aviation Minister has announced a reshuffle of key directors at the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority following investigations into alleged corruption within the agency. The latest figures reveal that Anambra, Enugu and Kano states lead the nation in 2026 education budget allocations, highlighting the commitment to improving school infrastructure and learning outcomes. Governor Dabo Abiodun has vowed a smooth and peaceful handover, promising to end decades of political rancor and ensure stability in governance. And financial institutions across the country have warned customers to remain vigilant against sophisticated scams and fraud attempts during the holiday season. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy Boxing Day.
Of the birth of Jesus Christ. That's what we're doing. Christ was born as a very simple being, human being, poor human being, coming to perform the action of a Messiah. He is the Messiah. Swaddling cloth, very poor circumstance, couldn't even find a place in the inn. So you don't need to be born a prince in order to save. That's one message. You can save human beings, you can bring succor and happiness to human beings in your circumstance. So that's what Christ did, that in his human, poor circumstance, he became man. My dear brothers and sisters and all those who are killing all kinds of animals today and celebrating, if Jesus Christ was not humble enough to come down from his divinity down to our humanity, it would have been very difficult for us to be celebrating. But we should understand what we are celebrating. We are celebrating our liberation. You see, actually the Jews were expecting a very powerful Messiah. And that was why John the Baptist, the baptizer, when he was in prison, he was already in prison. Why was John in prison? Because John was condemning the status quo, what was happening then. It's just like today in Nigeria. We know that things are not wonderfully good for the poor people. When John started saying it openly, they took him and imprisoned him. While in prison, he started hearing of the wonderful things that Jesus was doing. But then, this Jesus, whom he expected to come in with fire and brimstone, is talking of love. He's not talking of AK-47. He's talking of getting people, convincing people, giving them freedom. John said, no, please go and ask him, is he the one we're expecting? Or how should we expect another person? And like those who are with us, or who are celebrating Christmas with us, Jesus answered, very simple thing. And that is the message of Christmas. Said, told the disciples of John, go back and tell John the Baptist. The blind see, the deaf hear. These things are very symbolic. The blind see, they see the truth. The deaf hear again. People who even died were raised up. Above all, the good news was preached to the people. Good news of love, good news of redemption. So, my dear brothers and sisters in Nigeria, let us take these things that symbolize the personality of Jesus Christ, giving people light, making people to hear better, giving them the good news of hope. These are the things we should preach. So as you are eating your rice and taking your cake and taking shawarma, remember there are people who cannot even take good drink. Today, make efforts to go and feed them. There are old people who have been left by their probably rich children. If they are around you, try to show them some kind of love. Street beggars, give them something. You know, it's not enough to tell them, it will be well with you. Do something. And never you say you cannot do anything. Remember that Jesus Christ, whom we are celebrating, was a poor human being, though a very rich God. So in that circumstance, do something to make this day a very happy day. For those who are governing us, we are begging. Every year we continue to talk about the bad situation, you know. And we are pleading that when we are celebrating Christmas, I will be very slow in saying that this year's Christmas economically is better than that of last year. But please make effort to make sure that that of next year will be better.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring wherever you are. Good tidings, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas from all of us at Aneke TV.
Gentlemen, you're welcome to Christmas from Aneke TV. Have a wonderful time, have a wonderful festive season. It promises to be fun and entertaining. Just hang on as we take you through the ride in 2026. Be there.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
A sị na ekwekụọ ama agba
ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Hello, yes! Happy Boxing Day! Happy Boxing Day. Let me calm down because I'm going to give it to you hot today in case you chop wire by or you chop wire by gifts. I have all of them. And good morning. Welcome to our show. This day, I want to tell you something that's going to happen to you now. What I'm trying to tell you is that it is a Boxing Day. So we're not rushing to anywhere. We're not rushing to anywhere. We just have time. I want time today. And I'm not doing this alone. As the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I have the Minister of Enjoyment. And the Minister of Enjoyment just joined me now. So we're together. We're going to do enjoyment together. So forget the whole gist. I'm going to show you the Minister. Sorry. Yes, the Minister of Enjoyment. The Minister of Enjoyment is no other person than the person I'm talking about. The Sharon. The Rashford of Aneke TV. Welcome.
You cannot hype me so much and there is no box. It's boxing.
Listen to me. You know, here in this part of Nigeria, I wanted to say welcome. But I remember that we don't celebrate that box. Yeah. What we celebrate is woohoo, Tai Chi.
Nigeria. Who says who?
Who says who? How many times have they given you box all your life?
Giving myself.
What have you? Okay, you've given yourself.
Yes.
Have you ever unboxed anything during Boxing Day, 25th?
I unboxed on behalf of somebody.
Okay, but have you unboxed on the 26th of December?
Never.
You have never. You see? I'm serious with what I'm saying. Well, my name is Commissioner of Enjoyment, and I'm doing this with the Minister of Enjoyment now because she was made a minister with me and the one. You know when you are made a minister, two people will come together and give her that office. And today we are ready for you. We came with a lot of things. We came with the box and with the box, and we also came with other things too. The G's, the buzzwords in entertainment, things that can put you here and there to gather you together here at Aneke TV. And you see, it is the Yuletide season and the dirty December happening in Enugu and in Lagos. And I'm going to bring these things to you, and I want you to stay hooked up, stay jiggy, and stay with me. Sharon, let me ask you something. Yeah. Do you think this Christmas is Christmasing, or do you think this Christmas is not Christmasing?
Nah, it's not Christmas now.
So why is it not Christmasing?
There's something I wanted to ask.
I'm going to ask you.
Is this year that started hearing dirty December?
Dirty December.
Let's see what happened to that.
Okay, see what happened. That dirty December. I wish I can show you the people of Ndenugu on the screen here on Aneke TV. What does dirty December? It started with Mr. Easy. You guys know Mr. Easy, the one, Mr. Easy. I wanted to say Mr. Easy Otedola, but God forgive me. Mr. Easy Ajibade. He started that dirty December since 2017, and he was the one that started that particular trend of dirty December.
So what is it about?
Okay, then you're asking me what dirty December is. Sharon, when I bring you everything you need for December, do you know what the dirty December is? I've settled you for life. Like as we are seated now, I give them more umbrella gifts. In fact, in my life, I will take a sweet.
That's what I was saying as the Commissioner of Enjoyment.
I don't do it alone. I do it with the Minister of Enjoyment.
Where is it?
You are doing the sweet. Where is the sweet?
Yes.
Well, my name is Mr. Sweet because I move in swift. You can shake me. Yes, I'm good. I'm good with what I do, Abi. I'm very good. All right, moving on. I want to bring to you the things that happens in dirty Decembers. And the first question I have to ask you out there: what do you think Christmas? What do you think Christmas is to you? What is Christmas all about to you? What do you think that this Christmas has been to you? How are you feeling? You that is out there. Remember, I always announce to you that my convoys are moving all over the country. So if you feel like you don't want to walk again or trek, banye one of my convoys, and I will give you a card as the Commissioner of Enjoyment. What I do is hospitality and tourism. Aneke card, Kinwike Banye Boss, or Kinwike Ghana, any of your choices of restaurants, and have a good meal because it is the Boxing Day. And I'm doing this for free in case you're expecting it. Moving on. No. I'm trying to bring, to tell them what I can do as the honorable commissioner.
So what? We have never seen anything you can do, and still you encourage.
Listen to me. Do you know this person is trying me? What do you mean? Then you just leave it alone. Now, talking about enjoyment and what's happening in Enugu over the week, we saw last week that a lot of concerts, a lot of vibes came through in Enugu. Runtown, I told you guys, Runtown was in Enugu, Fino was in Enugu, Kola Boy was in Enugu, Jerick and Udmodu Black were in Enugu 2 weeks ago. Now, this week, these guys are all in Lagos and they have their Flight Time first concert in Lagos. Now, talking about concerts this December, it looks like it's only Enugu and Lagos that has the monopoly of events, because let's just add Delta, because Delta started making some moves just yesterday and day before. Just yesterday they had Burna Boy and they had I'm talking about Delta as a city. They had Burna Boy, they had Charlie Poppy and Dozama Brothers, and they had other big artists come through for them, and they also had Fino come through for them in one of the village. Have you ever had a village concert where you saw a big artist?
I don't. You supposed to ask me first of all. Have you gone to village?
Oh Jesus, I'm talking to who has not gone to village. Sorry, have you been to your village?
That's what I'm supposed to answer. And I have not gone to village.
Okay, you've not gone to, okay.
Have I gone for a village concert?
But wait, let me ask you.
Okay.
Have you December in your village? Do you guys do masquerade?
I've not gone to village.
Hey, okay, it's okay. It is okay. Ozuguzia, because things are happening here. Imagine
for like 6 years.
Why are you telling me you're not going to
it's heartbreaking.
Is that breaking? Don't you have I'm now. Alright guys, now I can tell you what I can do. I'm going to give you a card.
Okay.
Go to the bus stop or anywhere your village leads to, any bus that leads to your village, enter there and travel.
Wow. I'm glad that this is live, because people will see how you're encouraging me
to go.
So in case something happens,
so
they will.
It's okay. Let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. Now moving on, I'm telling you that Enugu was hot last weekend. Now bringing to you the information about the hold-ups we've been having in Enugu, and I can tell you that if I was able to experience any of those hold-up, it's just that we're having a different kind of hold-up, and you know that the team of Legady's Band have made up their mind to have a track where do we walk, so we don't have a lot of hold up. The Legady's Band people, we know they get hold up. We are good people. Yeah. So in fact, it has been encouraged by the Federal Ministry of Enjoyment that people that are Legady's Bands, they can.
Yes, but let's get to the point that how did people feel individually about Christmas? Was Christmas in this season?
That's what I'm telling you. The hold up in Enugu made that we that have Legady's so we are having a good Christmas more than the people that have the other stops. Okay. But now moving on from that, Sharon, have you ever worn pajamas all your life?
I've worn my own pajamas.
You wear it to sleep?
Yes.
You used to wear it to sleep?
I created my own pajamas.
Okay, you created your own. Yeah.
That was not match.
Okay, no, I'm asking you, have you ever wore a pajamas?
That's what I'm telling you. It wasn't match. So
my own is my own. Okay, pajamas. You're looking for a match. Okay, I'm not talking about. I'm not coming to this.
People see it as matching outfits.
Excuse me, I'm not coming to your side, because God help you that the only thing that let me tell you people something. There are people. Let me just tell Sharon. There are people. There are categories of people in life. There are people who have no hope.
Wow.
Then there are people who have hope.
Wow.
Now this hope I'm talking about is good hope. That's me.
Wow.
Yeah, check it out. Now, I'm moving on from that. I'm telling you that people, the only hope of being double in their life is the singlet.
So what category have you put me in?
No. I'm just coming to you where you are to tell you that today we are doing Boxing Day, so things should not be easy.
Okay.
Of course, we should unwrap gifts, but we should unwrap other things.
Oh.
Aura for aura. Are you following?
Aura for aura.
Aura for aura. So what I'm saying is that people like Sharon, now, the way I'm seeing them, the only thing that made them, that can complement them in this life is the double hand of their singlet. They are single. The way they are single, even the spirit of singlehood is
God.
Even singlets want to have one hand. But let's move on from that. Let me just move on from that kind of. Let me just move on from that.
Wow.
Listen to me.
Wow.
I'm asking you about pajamas. Have you ever worn?
Yes, I have.
That's for sleep now.
Thank you.
Have you seen the trend online about people wearing matching pajamas?
They'll be oppressing others.
Who are they oppressing?
Others.
Others. Well, I tell you for a fact, I love to see Christmas. One of the things I enjoy during this season is people wearing matching PJs to make the season lively. And also I enjoy the Christmas trees in my house. I have one that I planted 1 year ago. It has grown.
Wow.
It's producing mango, orange, that's my Christmas tree. It's producing orange, mango, odara, any type of fruit. That's
one Christmas tree.
Yes, because you know why?
Why?
Because of the reason for the season. So there's much fruitfulness in the season. But let's leave the Christmas tree because it is tree for all seasons. So I have a good Christmas tree. And you know what? In the night, the trees will be glowing.
Wow.
Yes. You see the sun, the moon, the stars.
The Monica, you don't know.
It's not that's what you are talking about, but let's leave it at that. Now, moving on from that, I want to tell you something that I have been thinking about over the week. And you know, what we do in entertainment is that we bring educative stuff to you. We tell you and we show you how you can live and how you can also try and fix your life. Now, looking at December and what goes on with Dirty December, a lot of enjoyments are going on. As the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I advise you to enjoy to the fullest, but don't do this. And this is what I'm going to tell you. When it comes to the new year, a lot of people try to start. You will start seeing people's message you have not seen for 10 years. Guy Hafa.
Yeah.
I know that my name is not Guy in January because what is my name in January? My name is not even Commissioner of Enjoyment in January. My name is my name.
Oh.
No.
Good hope.
No, yes. No, my name is
that
not even
means
Good
hope.
Listen to me. You are now trying to bring a message of hope to me because remember the Dirty December. Let us drink and merry.
Okay.
You were good. You didn't call me. We're losing in January. When it's time for Billy, please listen to me. Actually, Sharon, let me tell you. Sharon, did you this? Oh Jesus! Please, you people should tell Sharon to leave me, to let me be. But Sharon, let me ask you: do you think it's good for people to not plan for the new year? I wanted to say new month. Don't you think January will always have 50 days instead of 31 days? What do you think about January?
Yeah, it's true.
Now you are calculating because the first day, second day, third day is in 1 day. Or you can have 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In 5 days, you are still in the morning.
This year have taught us a lot of things. That if you don't learn anything, you should know that if you're doing any date in December, please. Next year, there's next year. There's a lot of things next year.
There's a lot of things next year.
So if you have not learned anything this.
Okay, what did you learn this year? Let me ask you, what did you learn this year?
What did I learn? I learned that. Okay, let me place it like this.
Okay.
I had a lot of changes in my life.
I saw one. I will not talk about it.
A lot that you have not even seen.
Okay.
And I'm not allowed you to see.
Okay, no problem. Here at Aneke TV, what we do is that you see, I'm wearing blue already, so we are live. Yes. So what are the changes you had this year?
Manner of approach. There was time I usually judge people. I can look at you and judge you.
And judge, Abi. Yeah. So as you're looking at me now, then with your you say.
I will not even want to interact with you or have anything to do with anybody because I just tend to judge people
because of the way immediately I see them and see how they respond to things. I tend to judge them.
So you are those kind of people that we need to try you. If you see the first 7 seconds you have with this person, if this person does not impress you, in fact your own looks like 2 seconds. Or 10 seconds.
Because for me, in one character, I explain a lot in that character. Just one character. I tend to like summarize this kind of person. This person is.
My God.
Yes.
You are too powerful.
Yes.
You are too powerful.
Very dangerous.
Give it up for the Rashford of Aneke TV. She said that she used to check people by just their appearance, and I'm going to tell you that that is how many people still see people. For me, I feel like we are having a good time here in the studio, and I don't know if you're having a good time with me, but I understand that you are trying to know how the year has gone for us and to know how the year has been moving for us. Now I want to tell you something. If Sharon said that she used to look at people and then she judged them, what is Sharon right now? Who is Sharon right now? What has really changed? When do you notice the changes?
I think that was either September or October.
Oh, you now started. Okay. Did you read any book or something? Or
I had an encounter with somebody.
Okay, and the person told you the truth.
Yes.
Oh my God.
A lot.
Really?
That if I continue like that, I'll lose a lot of good people in my life.
Oh my days, I'm sorry about that.
So I had to, think back and be like, and there was this there's this thing about I usually don't think twice before I do things.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I will ask you the rest. Now, talking about Christmas, there's always this movie that we used to watch on Christmas Day. There's this movie that the movie that we always love to watch on Christmas Day, and this movie has made Christmas memorable. In fact, there's no Christmas without this movie. I'm talking about Home Alone. Did you see Home Alone?
Yeah.
Do you think at this age that we need that movie to reinstate Christmas?
We really do, because a lot of Nigerians don't have sense like that.
Oh, okay, Nigerians, a lot of them don't have sense. But
me safe, I know that I cannot.
But do you think that movie made your Christmas memorable? Can I tell you something behind that movie that you don't even understand? I feel like that movie, for me, I feel like that movie is something we need to sit back and watch with our biro and with our book. Do you know why?
Why?
You need to see what made your Christmas and study what made your Christmas a Christmas. What made the season. Not just because of the reason of the season, for the season, or it's just because you are seeing what makes the season. And that movie really made a lot of sense when we were growing up. That boy Junior, I think that was the reason why they called many of us Junior, and that's my problem with my parents, because I'm a mom Junior. But it's all right. When they call you Junior, anybody. Okay, did you watch Problem Child?
Yes.
You watched Problem Child?
A little bit long ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Problem Child. Did you watch Problem Child? Someone said she watched Problem Child. Me, I watched Problem Child. I watched it over and over and over again, and these two movies made my Christmas. Now I want to recommend a movie for you to watch in this Christmas. I want you to know that that is talking to you, I am an anime person. There's a difference between anime and animation. The name anime, that one is for the ones that we have produced in Nigeria. The ones that we produce in Africa is anime. Then we have the ones because we're trying to use the animation, anime.
For me, all of them is anime, because what's fun of
Excuse me, Sharon, listen to me. You don't watch animation, right? No. Okay, so the movie I'm going to recommend now, you need to go and see it, The Bad Boys. Go and see The Bad Boys. The Bad Boys is the movie of the Christmas, even though it doesn't have a Christmas theme or whatever, but it has a good line. It has a good storyline.
Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
What mentality does anime give you?
Well, anime helps me to have a dream. The dreams I know that I can live up to, and it gives me. It's a part of the thought process I have, because the people that create it, the people that write the stories, are the people that are genius. You know why I'm saying they are genius?
Right.
Because they bring you out of your world and put you in a world where you can only just dream. For instance, as a normal human being, do you fly?
No.
Of course, I saw an Indian man this afternoon with wings, on the internet trying to fly. Guess where he landed? Guess where the man landed? He landed which heaven? He landed inside the rock. He became the rock himself. Well, so that's one thing. You don't fly, right? Yeah. I can't even fly myself. All right. So when I watch anime, I see the way they move around, the way they do their things. I feel like this is possible. Now, guess what? We can fly the aeroplane. Of course, I'm not a pilot, because if I pilot you, your affairs will be piloted. As the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I do this for a living, and I bring you the best of what it takes to give you and what it is for the season. Now, moving on, I want to tell you guys what I think about Sharon's situation would be in this Christmas. Looking at Sharon, see, Sharon is our case study today, because entertainment it does not have a scope. It is broad, and people can give what they have to give. Now, I just want to ask Sharon, since she has told us one of the changes, or more of the changes she have had this year, I want to ask her something. What do you think about next year, and how we can regulate, what do you think that you can see or that can help you to get more of the changes? What do you think that can come your way that will make your year 2026 better, that will change a lot in 2026? What do you think? Is it money? Is it friends? Is it...
I think it's money.
Money,
and friends.
And friends, and what else?
Not really friends, but having the right person there.
The right person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, when I talk about friends, you are talking about one person, Sharon.
Yes.
Sharon, I'm talking about friends. You're talking about one person.
No, I'm talking about
you're talking about one person.
Yes, because I'm not a friends type.
You're not. Oh, do you know? Okay, hold that. Do you know many girls of this generation are not friends type? You only have to, go outside your box to become friends of friends type. I don't know that. Just look at what Sharon said, and I'm telling you that we have to stop this. As the Honorable Commissioner of Enjoyment,
you pay me for giving you topics.
Oh my days! As the Honorable Commissioner of Enjoyment, I want to tell you people something. I'm gonna introduce a cafe where people can come together and bond, especially people like Sharon. Now, Sharon, back to you. We're moving back to Sharon. Sharon, so what do you think will happen next year that will make so much sense to you?
For me, I think is when I want more changes.
More changes. Life,
and the money aspect.
And the money aspect is very important. Very important.
But then the right person to, not the person that will not give you a negative energy.
No. Okay, yes. Negative energy. Yeah. But okay, let me leave the negative energy by the side. So apart from money and these things, what do you think again you need to, do you think you need to work on your life as
that is the change?
Okay, that's the change.
Yes.
All right, because you know what I'm asking, because next year is 2026 and a lot is going to happen too, and a lot of changes are going to come. Yeah. My viewers, 2026 is here, almost here. Well, it's in one of my convoys. We're bringing it like the 20, like the what's that box that we're talking about? That box. The box now. So we're going to wrap it by 31st December. Now, I want to tell you something before I go. Normally on 31st December, that's when people decide to repent. But yes, there is on 31st December people decide to repent. People decide to say no.
All the right resolution.
You get?
I say.
No. Do you know that thing does not really work if you start on 1st? You need to start by 30th.
Yes.
In fact, you need to start by 29th.
No, you need to start this year.
Okay, guess what? Let me ask you. How many resolutions have you started for next year?
I don't want to make it public.
Okay, but how many? I'm just asking how many numbers.
There are more than I cannot count it.
Do you have it written down? No, because we are going to inspire young people out there.
I don't like writing things down.
Oh, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. I want to tell you that this is where we are going to draw the curtain for today's edition of entertainment. And seeing you again next week is going to be a pleasure. I want you to know that I love you and I believe in you. Me and Sharon, we love you and we believe in you. And we want to tell you that today is Boxing Day. We want to remind you that you should go out there, don't cause trouble. Rather, let trouble not cause you. Rather, unbox gift. This is a time to marry with friends, to have a joyous time and celebrate the Christmas and celebrate the season. It is your one only Commission of Enjoyment. Remember, wherever you are, if you see my convoy, show them my card and enter. That's free of charge.
How are we going to know your convoy?
Well, I will tell you guys after the show. So that is where we draw the curtain today. I did this not alone but with Sharon, and I want to thank you for joining us today. I hope you've learned one or two things, and we see you same time, same station here at Aneke TV next week Monday as we continue on the entertainment segment. See you again. Bye.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring wherever you are. Good tidings, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas from all of us at Aneke TV.
Gentlemen, you're welcome to Christmas from Aneke TV. Have a wonderful time, have a wonderful festive season. It promises to be fun and entertaining. Just hang on as we take you through the ride in 2026. Be there.
We wish you a Merry Christmas.
December 26th, observed globally as Boxing Day, comes a day after Christmas celebrations. In Nigeria, the occasion provides another opportunity to reflect on the deeper meaning of the season, beyond festivities, family gatherings, and the public holidays. Boxing Day has its roots in 19th century Britain, where Christmas boxes containing food, money, or gifts were distributed to domestic staff, tradesmen, and the less privileged. Over time, the tradition found relevance in Nigeria, aligning closely with long-standing cultural values of communal support, hospitality, and care for the vulnerable. Across the country, Boxing Day is marked in different ways. For some, it is a day of rest. For others, it is defined by football matches, travel, and retail activity. But for many communities, religious organizations, and charitable groups, it is a day set aside for outreach, visiting orphanages, supporting internally displaced persons, feeding the homeless, and sharing relief materials with those in need. In a nation grappling with economic pressures, rising living costs, and social inequality, the message of Boxing Day carries particular significance. It draws attention to the everyday struggles faced by many Nigerians and underscores the importance of collective responsibility. Today also serves as a moment to appreciate essential workers, healthcare personnel, security agents, transport operators, and service staff, whose sacrifices often go unnoticed even during the festive period. Boxing Day reinforces values that resonate deeply with Nigerian society: generosity, gratitude, and empathy. It reminds individuals and institutions alike that national progress is strengthened when compassion guides policy, leadership, and community action. The key takeaway is clear. The spirit of Christmas should not end with celebration alone. It must reflect into practical acts of kindness, sharing resources, offering support, and standing in solidarity with those most affected by hardship. As Nigeria continues to navigate social and economic challenges, Boxing Day stands as a timely reminder that unity, care for one another, and sustained goodwill remain essential to building a more inclusive and compassionate society.